We're the last ones to survive. In this life we burrow. We are forced to break the law. can feed in this world. We are doomed to stay alone. I need something to fill me up. I need something to kill the rest. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust. Settle in a sense inside me. Settle in a fears inside me. Trust.
How your brain thinks. Uh, I mean, let's if your language allows you to objectify, and then you will tend to think that way. It's just it's reinforcement training.
Right.
Over and over and over. I think what needs to happen is, uh, and again, I'll use the example, of a coffee cup sitting on a kitchen table. In English, you can point at that and say coffee cup. In most native languages, if you're speaking correctly, you have to point at the coffee cup, identify that the coffee cup is sitting on a nice table. It's warm. The sun is shining in the window. That coffee cup has your favorite kind of coffee. And I mean, you have to describe the entire environment that the coffee cup is in. And because you think like that, you tend to, you view the world as everything is a part of that, as opposed to saying it's a coffee cup.
Right.
Yeah.
So the interconnectedness is literally a feature of the language. It's written, baked into the language over the millennia. And the people who learn the language, learn this lesson. It all is tied together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's reinforcement training, because the language dictates how you think, but then how you think then reinforces the language.
Right.
See what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's a
Absolutely.
snake biting its tail. It reinforces itself.
Absolutely. I grew up in an artist family. I was taught the art language, even though I didn't have natural art talents. And then, the snake biting his tail. And when we talk to Law Sue, I keep trying to tell him that he picked up these concepts when he was 2 and 3 years old. The
Yes.
medicine man. He from the language, from his parents, from his community, he picked up all these concepts, and he kind of, like all of us, does a little projection and assumes we all know these concepts, that we all learned them when we were 2 and 3. I started learning these things in my 20s. I really had no clue until I was in my 20s, and I started reading, Black Elk Speaks or something, going to some museums and looking at the work of indigenous tribes. I had no clue. And Law Sue would have learned this stuff when he was 2 and 3. that sometimes he has to talk to us, either as if we're completely ignorant or stupid, that we just don't know these things. And it's a big, big hurdle for all of us to start accepting some of these truths.
Yeah, for me, it was a little confusing growing up in a white family, in that, they used English. They thought they were Germans, so they were very analytical, but they were analytical of the object, and I always looked at the object in its environment, and so it was a little frustrating, a little confusing
Right.
but
Right.
that's one of the reasons I'm a good engineer, is
Right.
because I don't just look at the transistor. I look at the circuit that the transistor is in. And what
Whole
what
system.
part does that play? Anyway, I'll quit rambling.
Well, this is a good time for you to ramble, as we're not too busy here. And that's the job of the host, is to ramble when there's silence, which apparently I'm really good at. Yes. I just keep the conversation going. I've been in the spaces with Dr. Mike all week. I think you were in some of them. And our blue political American people are just in a frenzy. And it'll be nice when that's over. Another thing Lawsuit says, I guess I really miss the guy I keep talking about, is that his community, his nation, the Lakota people.
Did I lose you?
Oh, you can't hear me, pup? Can you hear me, pup?
I think I lost you.
Okay, we'll fix that up. Let's say hello to Sky, who has joined us. Hey, Sky.
Hi there. Yeah, I think I come to one of your other ones. I guess I'm just kind of curious. I did hear about your conversation about language, and I've often thought about how, one word in English is oftentimes quite a phrase in an indigenous language. But what I guess I'm wondering is, we're probably not, there's so many indigenous languages. And in order for us to communicate, there's lots of forms of nonverbal communication, but I guess what I'm wondering is how we consider evolving sort of the prominent languages that seem to be kind of the language that in most countries other people are trying to learn so that they can communicate. And I'm not saying it's the greatest language, because English is very functional and it's very objectifying of most of the things that it talks about. But I'm wondering, how do we have the discussion about how do we evolve language so that it can kind of speak in the same way, which is more inclusive of environment and thinking about things in relationship to each other?
Excellent. Yeah. Well, I'll give you my answer, which is we are an actual club of 127 people. And I write this down and bring it to that club and see if they'll get it up on their agenda. I think it's an excellent way to proceed. What Pup said, he is Lakota and he feels this stuff. He does not speak the Lakota language, but he gave an excellent description of the understanding in the language of this interconnectedness that we don't have in English. And using linguistics, talking to writers when we have writers in our club and in our circles, fiction writers, journalists, talking to writers about language, talking to specialists, finding the experts, and continuing to work on this. We have our 127 people in 28 countries or so around the world, and we are live 24/7, working on all elements of Sky. The one thing I like to know is, what part of the world are you in?
Well, I live in Canada.
Canada.
Mhm.
Yeah. We have lots of Canadians, including Lost Sue, who is in Manitoba. Our the Lakota medicine man who likes to hold court here sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, it's very traditional for us here to, acknowledge the land of the people that we're on, which would of course give you a very close proximity of where I actually live, which I'd love to do, but I guess
Yeah.
I still am kind of in these spaces. I'm sort of still thinking about what that all means.
Oh,
But
no
yeah,
problem. Actually, it's our club rules is to let people have exactly as much privacy as they want. It's without a doubt a key element. Allowing we want people to be comfortable and have a conversation. So
yeah.
Canada is good enough for our purposes. That the 9% of the world's forests and Hudson Bay and the tundra and the caribou and everything. That for us that's we our friend Kim. One of our key people is outside of Toronto, big time environmentalist. So we hear from Canadians quite often, which is
Yeah.
cool.
I'm just wondering though, I mean, I guess I've got so many thoughts about what's going on in the world right now, and it's obviously a very difficult time for, I think, we had so much more environmental movements happening, and then there was just like layers of stuff that happened. I mean, COVID happened, which really isolated people, and then there's wars in the Ukraine, and now there's what's happening in the Middle East, and it's just I don't know, like, I mean, I guess I'm wondering is why, where are we going to go in terms of bringing people back into that place where we start thinking and really having deeper conversations about what's happening. And I mean, I'm glad that this space is here, and I'm glad that we're doing, that there's opportunities to do this. But I guess and if we're going to evolve, how we start thinking about our thinking patterns, and how we need to be very cognizant of how our environment affects us as well. And so the environment that we're creating by the decisions we're making around technology and all these things are going to impact us. And while it might seem really great on the surface, what does that actually mean for us long term into 7 generations, however way you want to think about sustainability?
Oh, absolutely. It is. How are we going to talk about this? How are we going to frame up the problems so that they become solvable? And I'm the host and moderator. I just keep this thing rolling along. This is the 99th week. I've hosted 98 of these. We're almost to 2 years, and we're very happy with the progress we've made. I'm just curious, what can we do in conversation with people all around the world? What can we accomplish? Let's get back to Pup because he's feeling it. Hi, Pup.
There's nothing better than this, dressed in our predatory skins, blood so thin, our blood so thin, we could never win, we could never win. We'll be awake for death. awake for days. I'd have pulled you into the storm when you told me your real name. I'd have soaked you through, I'd have soaked you through. We'll be awake for days. We'll be awake for days. We'll be awake for days in a sudden rain, reeled in by the heat of the brain. The body aches as it craves. The body aches as it craves. The heat of the brain, the heat of the brain. Said you were angling in the crowd, you could have been slithering, and I could see you were hungry as you wrapped yourself around me. We'll be awake for days. We'll be awake for days. We'll be awake for days in a sudden rain, reeled in by the heat of the brain. The body aches as it craves. The body aches as it craves. The heat of the brain, the heat of the brain.
Absolutely. And that's exactly what you're describing is exactly what we try to do in the Climate Crisis Club, is answer that question. One of my favorite methods is what we call the green NAFTA. The Americans, the Canadians, and the Mexicans discussing life together for some reason seems very effective. Often the Australians and the English join us, and the Germans. In times of crisis, we seem to band together. I am reading about how Canada entered World War II. Canada entered World War I automatically on the side of the British, and there was some serious problems. So after the war, they decided they would not do that in the future. Though September 11th, 1939, they voted and decided to join the British in World War II. History I didn't know about. Certainly the American schools never taught me. Interesting stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, well, to answer Sky's or to attempt to answer Sky's question, how do we educate or inform? You know, I'm reminded of that line from Frank Zappa. You know, the crux of the biscuit is the apostrophe. I don't think we have a good way to do that education and impart the strong motivation that needs to be there to cause that change. And I mean, that's really is the crux of the biscuit. Is how do we get a large enough percentage of the population of the planet, and in particular the global north, to view this as a real problem? And anybody
Yeah.
that is voicing those opinions has strong opposition from the sources of money and revenue streams, et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, you were talking about forests. I was a logger for a while, and
Ah.
when I got into that, I started logging. I have hardwoods, and I started logging hardwoods, and the guys didn't want it. They didn't want the oak. They didn't want the maple. They wanted popple, because that's what they make pallets of. And I'm like, really? You're paying more for popple than for, good white oak or red oak? And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Popple's a junk wood. Grows real fast, but it's a junk wood. And you're talking about a society whose design is not sustainable. I mean, just look at oil. Oil is a depletable resource. We can argue about when it's going to be depleted, but the reality is it's eventually not going to be there. And we've based our whole economic system off of energy derived from a depletable resource, which in fact is going to go away at some point. This is fucking stupid. Excuse my French.
Right.
Fucking stupid. I mean,
Yeah.
anyway, I'll shut up.
Well, Sky herself, on her profile there, it simply says build compassionate understanding and keep the conversations growing. That's very much our strategy. And I also think no one person can answer these questions. It is a climate crisis, environmental crisis, polycrisis. I think are way too big for any one person to grasp and explain and understand. But in the messaging, in the expressing, I grew up in an art family. I've lived my adult life with musicians and artists. I think we get the cultural pros involved, people who are professionals at the art of expression, at messaging. All these climate scientists, they're terrified, they're freaking out. The 6 IPCC report, they said red alert. They said they're screaming as loud as they can, and they're just not professionals. They have not spent their life trying to message people. That's not what they studied. That's not what they know about. So one of my theories is that let's involve the artists, the writers, the playwrights, the movie makers, the painters, the sculptors, or the musicians, all of them, all the cultural people. Let's get them influence, and they're pros at expression, to start to change the national and international conversations. It's not easy work. We know the far left doomers have just given up. They think it's impossible. As a matter of fact, they think there is no path ahead. Then we have the techno optimists who think we can easily do this with just some nifty machines. And that's why we started the Climate Crisis Club 99 weeks ago. Me and Oliver and Kim and Trip and Jupiter, Kabishanga, Sal. Andy was there awfully early on. He is in Canada as well. Andy was probably there at the beginning, actually. And I always enjoy hearing from him, seeing his photographs of snowmen and so forth. But it is why we exist as a Climate Crisis Club, to find solutions to the climate crisis and the environmental polycrisis. Julian has joined us as co-host from the great nation of Mexico. I hope he doesn't mind. I say Julian. I had a very good friend in college named Julian, and I like saying Julian. If I'm offending you, what? Julian? Yes,
Not at all.
not at all. Yeah, I figured. I feel comfortable that we have a very good, honest line of communication. Going south is in Greenland. I can't believe that Greenland is 3.5 times bigger than Great Britain. I can't get over that one. Kiptu in Kenya, the wonderful nation of Kenya in East Africa on the Indian Ocean there. I love talking about Africa. What a continent. The continent we are all from. We are not all from Canada. And I don't know what it is about Americans and Canadians, but maybe that's a topic for another day. I am extremely interested in Native Americans, Indigenous Americans. I am a 10th generation descendant of the English. My family has been sitting here in Massachusetts for 400 years. They've moved a grand total. I've moved 30 kilometers from where the ancestors landed. I'm actually east, closer to Europe than where the ancestors landed. And I am absolutely fascinated with Native American ways and thoughts and kindness and the relationship with the land. That's what Pop and I were talking, Sky. We were talking about the language reinforces the relationship with the land. We also have our friend Paul here from the UK, who thinks this is a dystopian novel that we're living in. Since we've been discussing this dystopian novel, David Mitchell has joined our merry band. And David wants to talk to you, Paul. He is a great friend to sci-fi writers. That's been his life, being some kind of science fiction writer groupie. So it's good I remembered that David Mitchell wants to talk to you. I don't know if he'll drop in today. So we literally, like I'm big on game theory, and we literally have, looking at each of your icons, right? 11 of us in this room right now. In my brain, it's literally like little game pieces. And I really like our formation, like a chessboard here. I really like it. It looks really good to me. 3 Canadians, a Mexican, 2 Americans, 3 Americans, and Wayne. I'm not quite sure who Wayne is, so it's good to have a mystery man with us. And Greenland, of course, which is part of Denmark, even though going south is actually Norwegian. I am rambling. I am on.
Opening maps to see how far away we are. It's mental, the distance that separates us. Space out with a coffee in your peculiar living room with a gathering charm. No women gather, but you have a cigarette or two. You know it blows me away like a heart. Chain smoking, heavy drinking is all I can do. So hard to find a person in life like you. It's everyday life, we are used to it. But today it kills me that you're not in it. Really a mess to see how great things are. Collecting picked objects that unite us. Take me out to the most subversive club of your giant sparkling city. I am gathering too, strolling through boot marks with you. It's cold turkey from a very hard road. Chain smoking, heavy drinking is all I can do. So hard to find a person in life like you. It's everyday life, we are used to it. But it crucifies me that you're not in it.
In half an hour of being very capable of doing excellent framing of these questions, which is a big part of the work right now. And I do think climate spirituality is another way to properly frame all this. That a way of looking at the situation is a spirituality crisis. Our spirituality side of the club is headed up by Janet, and it's humility. It's in the discussion how we want to slice this up, how we want to frame it, and we're looking for the way to frame the questions that lead to healthy, positive answers of solution. That the how you ask the question in language often leads to your solution. And as we learned, say, about the Lakota language, as Pup was teaching us, that the intrinsicness of the land is in the language. So that was a fascinating concept. And your follow-up on that, how do we get some of that into English? You know, that's the work before us. By influencing the language, then we start to influence the people. Because clearly a lot of the people in our nations need some influencing. They are stuck in a cycle of hyper consumption. Back to McDonald's, back to Walmart, back to work on Monday morning. But those are the global north, big, rich nations. Again, Kip 2 from Kenya is with us, from the great continent of Africa, and the Kenyan people. Their nation is facing different issues than the United States. And Kenya was a colony of the British till very, very late. There was the Mau Mau uprising in 1962. And you know, our ancestors were literally in Kenya 3 million years ago. They sure as hell weren't in Massachusetts 3 million years ago. They weren't even here 12,000 years ago when there was an ice age, man. So these new lands, there's the philosophies of Africa, the intelligence of Africa has been eye-opening to me. And our post-colonial life here that we discuss day after day, I do see that Nairobi is practically on the equator, 1 degree south. And is the Climate Crisis Club working? How we have no metric of success. We have no way to gauge if we're successful. I have my emotions. I feel good about it. I see the group in this room. I know you're really smart, kind people. I think of when Oliver and I were chatting over 2.5 years ago, working up this concept. This is what we wanted to have. We wanted smart, kind people from all around the world, all different groups, ages, genders, orientations, religions, all of it. And so I feel like we're successful. My father was an artist. He was an American intellectual. He was loaded with big ideas. I am descended from these Unitarian ministers who every Sunday would give these little New England communities, you know, the sermon. And they weren't very dogmatic. And I can't help but think in my bones that this process of conversation and talking in a group will work. I that's just me, how I'm hardwired. I think this will work. Only time will. And we have amazing people, amazingly bright people, kind people who feel these environmental more off.
Good morning, Alex. Good morning, Ola, Julian, and everyone else who's joined us here.
that is intrinsic in the Lakota language. If you speak Lakota, which I don't, but if you did, you would know that the trees and the sky and the water and the birds and the fish and the whales, all the four-legged animals, that we're all one. We're all interconnected. We're all part of the same process, part of the same life. That's intrinsic in the spirituality. That's intrinsic in the language. That's understood among the people. It's just part of the day-to-day grammar and vocabulary. Yeah, as you say, Kim, the 100 words about snow, I really can only think of one word for snow, which is snow. I don't know big snow and little snow and frozen snow and cold snow and warm snow. I don't know any of those words. So if you spoke Inuit, you would have great understanding instinctively of this science of snow. It would just come with the territory. If you knew those 100 words, that literally teaches you science through the back door. You know all these qualities of snow that I don't know because my English just doesn't have those words.
Absolutely. And I think part of that is just their daily experience with living with snow and surviving with snow and being connected to snow through the land. And I think part of part of teaching the children are connected, whether that's like going camping or field trips.
And then we have the global picture. We discuss our snow. I don't think Nairobi has ever seen snow since I don't know, hundreds of millions of years ago, as these continents have been sailing around the globe, right? At some point, there was the big snowball. The whole earth was covered in a glacier. I don't remember my ancient history. But certainly no time in the recent past has Nairobi. I don't know when Mexico City's seen snow, man. Julian, you ever get any snow over there?
Very rarely.
Rarely.
It's happened within my lifetime once. I remember it as a young boy. It snowed within Mexico City. However, it snows all around Mexico City every year. There are big peaks. But for snow, the nature of knowledge. There's one I almost like even better. I read an article recently about how orangutans have been spotted in the wild, creating their own medicinal products out of herbs. They know which herbs are medicinal. When they have injuries or wounds, they will ferment the herbs by chewing them. And thus, the orangutans are actually making their own medicines. And this is super fascinating because you think, like, how much about the jungle does an orangutan really know? Obviously, for me, the answer is a huge, huge amount. Does the orangutan potentially know more than humans? Definitely, definitely. But the question there, I've been having some interesting discussions. I've been meeting with these archaeologists that suddenly have popped up in the group. There's some really fascinating stuff there with those guys. I was talking to a guy called James
Jacobs.
James Jacobs, exactly. Brilliant guy. We were having a whole discussion about how he has found that the burial mounds that are located, for example, in LSU in Ohio in the United States, these burial mounds have an amazingly precise geographic relationship with places like Denali in I think Mount Denali is in Alaska. Is that right? And
Yes,
Aconcagua, and Aconcagua in the Andes, which is pretty mind blowing. You're thinking like this is almost like some you're thinking, how is this even possible? How did people from so long ago have a geographical knowledge of places so far away? The answer seems to me that we know so little about what knowledge really is. We think that what we know as Western humans is what knowledge is, but it's not. Knowledge is so many other things, most of which we can't even relate to or come to understand. We don't know what it's like to be an orangutan. We cannot know. It's in philosophical, linguistic terms a basic impossibility. We might empathize, we might relate really vaguely, but can we know what it's like to be an orangutan? Definitely not. But does the orangutan have an amazing level of knowledge about his surroundings, about environments? Definitely, yes. Yeah, that's it.
excellent. I grew up in New York City. I don't know the first thing about the jungle. I never studied jungle botany. There's no doubt in my mind the orangutan knows like 100,000 times more about the jungle than I do. Yeah, I'm really glad, Julian, you enjoy the archaeologist, because that's one of my non-linear environmental theories. Just heading into Graham Hancock world instinctively, like an artist on a hunch. That's my instinct of how to help the environmental world. It really doesn't make any sense. Graham Hancock basically has absolutely nothing to do with the environment. But I have enjoyed them too. The Hoops and Jacobs and Justine and the whole. Then they have their fan club and their amateurs, and I think it's been fascinating, and having the conversations between the archaeologists and the Native Americans has just been fascinating to listen to. The Native Americans really don't trust the archaeologists. They're certainly not going to give the pseudo archaeologists any quarter. Both you and Sky have brought up a whole bunch of excellent points here, about language, about knowledge, about humility and spirituality, and we will listen to Pup from the great state of Minnesota.
Yeah, that knowledge is, I don't think, is an analytical knowledge. I think, and I'm going to reference it to Native Americans, is we learned over 20 to 60,000 years, pick your number, I don't care, what works and what doesn't work, if for no other reason that the individuals that were practicing actions that didn't work died. And it's that kind of natural selection kind of idea that so I think regarding orangutans, I think that isn't an analytical knowledge of, well, if I chew on this and I let it ferment a little bit, I know I can put that on a wound and it'll act like an antibiotic. I don't think I don't think they thought that way. I think what it was is some orangutan someplace happened to be chewing on something, and he managed to spit a little bit on a little scratch or a wound that he got, or she got, and noticed that, oh my, look at that. That only took 3 days to heal instead of, festering into a life-threatening, I'm going to lose my arm kind of situation. I just wanted to add that I don't believe that it's an analytical idea. an analytical thought process. It's a cause and effect. You do this, and oh, look at that happens. Well, let's try that again. If I do that again, does the same thing happen? Oh shit, it does. Cool. Let me show that to somebody else, and then it propagates. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that in. I again, and I'm not. It isn't that Native Americans are intrinsically knowledgeable. It's the fact that we've been doing it for 60,000 years.
Yeah.
We found out what worked and what the fuck didn't work.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I agree with that, but what you're describing, Pop, is essentially empirical medicine. That's how science works. You try things, you see if it works. It does work, excellent. Now you can create a theory from this. And also, one thing I want to emphasize is that by definition, we cannot understand the orangutan. We not come to grasp it in any way.
Um, and I think not to be not to be funny here, but I think that there is an intuitive language. I do think that there is a sensitivity that we can get. Sometimes it is a projection. So psychologically, we also have to think about those aspects of ourselves, because certain things we want to have. And so the things that we want to have, we sort of have a natural tendency to sort of bring into our perception of and assume that that's reality. So I don't know that the analytical world is what I would say would be parallel. I would say that there's certain things about it that you could say, yeah, an orangutan teaches other orangutan. A parent who's been who has good sense of parenting because they've had good parents, maybe also very good at parenting their own children. So yes, these are a lot of learned behaviors that we carry on, but I would not say that we could not learn from another species and also benefit from looking at how that species also behaves well in relationship to its environment. So I guess I think the analytical scientific thing that we do sometimes, which is very much dissecting things and breaking things in, and I teach math. So, when I look at set theory, that stuff where we put things and compartmentalize things into sets and subsets because it's convenient, it does not necessarily work, because I think a lot of these things are fuzzy boundaries. Anyhow, that's where I'll leave it.
Yes, here for fuzzy logic. The symbol systems we build up in our mind are absolutely different than the events happening out there. And none of the symbol systems using logic that we can build up in our mind can be 100% accurate. That's the appeal of the arts and spirituality. Sometimes the arts and spirituality can be 100% accurate. Each has their strengths, each has their weaknesses, and different minds, different individuals here have different skill sets, different mental talents that we are just innately good at. We are just innately good at some things, innately bad at others. And yet our fellow people here, you know, they might be really good at stonemasonry, or the ministry, or cooking, or law, or journalism, or farming. You know, when we see talents, what we're good at, what we enjoy, what will help the world here. The mathematics comes from the Greek word mathemata, which means lesson or learning. We've got to keep learning, and lots and lots of good points already in our first hour today. I've been taking some notes. I don't know about the orangutans. We can't get one of them in this space to speak to us. I don't know how to do that. All my skills as a spaces host, I don't think I can get. I would like to.
Can I recommend the book? It's not an orangutan, but it's gorilla. Anyone ever read the book Ishmael?
How do you spell that?
Ishmael. I don't have it in front of me. But it was a book. It's just a story. It's a storybook, but it's about basically not an orangutan, a gorilla. And it's obviously projects a lot of human quality onto that gorilla, but it also poses sort of a question, to reflect about ourselves, of how our perception of another oftentimes allows us to treat others in certain ways. But it's a great book, and Donald Trump, before he ever became president, is actually mentioned in that book. It's quite funny, but and it's not a very hard read. But if anyone wants some reading, maybe other people might know that book and may be able to spell it for you.
I think it's Ismael. I'm guessing, but I think that sounds well. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Well, we know Ishmael's the protagonist of Moby Dick.
That's it. Yeah.
And the novel Ishmael was written in 1992 by Daniel Quinn. I did see the movie lately about Coco, the gorilla who had could do the sign language. That was fascinating, and put concepts together, creatively. Coco, the gorilla, certainly yeah.
Oh, excuse me, Alex. It's funny you should mention Moby Dick, because that novel is really about the relationships between nature, animals, and what we know of them, how we can predict
there's
their
a lot
behavior.
of really great books out there, and I think one of the things that book reading does help, and I've been thinking about, we should get like a climate book club together or something, and trying to
there is one,
and I'm sure that happens with lots of people, but I think that when you know a book, then you can relate to a lot of the stuff that's in the book, and storybooks are great. There's obviously a lot of scientific books that are written as well, that help you frame a conversation, and you don't need to say so much. You just need to point to a certain page and a discussion. But I think I just think that, like, a lot of times we when we compare ourselves with animals, we because we have sort of put ourselves up at the top of of the whole scheme of things, when we judge something else's intelligence, we judge it by our own standard. Can that thing communicate to us using our language that we're teaching us? Can it adapt? Can it learn? And I'm still trying to figure out where we have gotten to the point where we can use their language. So to me, I think a lot of these species are in some ways much more adaptive than we are, and much more capable, because in some ways they're able to really they try to connect and communicate, and we're teaching them. Like we're not speaking dolphin, we're not speaking orca, we're not speaking gorilla, getting them to communicate with us on using our language and our communication styles. So I guess, again, that idea of humility, I'm sure that these species are trying to communicate with us, but we just, I think we're very limited in some ways in the sets of language that we use. Obviously oral language is one of the ways we communicate, but to really do oral language justice, you also have to have it in contextualized. And so that's why I think the richness of a lot of indigenous culture, it still has its fabric and some of the integrity that it's really hanging on to, with like the knowledge holders that are in those societies. I think, and those that's has some longevity to it. What we need to get, I think, back to is where our things are changing so quickly in our society. And even when I start looking at technology, like, we're all hands right now. It's moving so quickly, and it's another form of communication. But I guess my question is, in using these things and in adapting to these things, what are we leaving behind? What are we now deciding is not necessary, and then maybe dropping it off in terms of part of what is the essential parts of communication? Like, what are the things that we need to have integrity in our communication? And it's not certainly just a bunch of empty words. It's about how those words fit together, or how how we communicate across space. And I would honestly think that there's maybe communication, like I was trying to sort of allude to, that goes beyond, that's the nonverbal, that I think we maybe need to get more attuned to understand maybe animal language a bit better.
Yeah, no doubt.
Is a couple of comments. Julian, I'm pretty sure orangutans don't have chemistry sets out in the jungle. So their experience and their knowledge base is based off of cause and effect. I mean, they didn't analyze those chemicals down to the, to the molecular level. Regarding, first off, a book suggestion, 1,000 Brains by Jeff Hawkins et al. About how humans think. It's a groundbreaking work, fairly recently released. I would strongly recommend, if you want to know why you think or how you think the way you do, that you pour through that. Maybe read it 2 or 3 times, because it's pretty dense. And regarding Sky's comment about verbal, using only one sense to communicate is extremely limiting. And I can give you a million examples, but the one I'm going to use is, I've had dogs before that I've developed a long-term relationship with. And when we go walking through the woods, I can tell from Balto's dead, by the way, but I could tell without a word that there was danger afoot, or there was something dangerous there. A good example is, if you're sitting on a couch and your dog's sitting next to you, and all of a sudden his ears perk up and he looks a particular direction, sight down in between his ears and draw an imaginary line between the center of his head, his nose is, and then look there. And you'll see what he hears that you probably can't hear, and what his nose smells that's 50,000 times more sensitive than yours, and it can alert you to for instance, a deer that you're out deer hunting, and you want to take that deer because you need it, you want to eat it. That black bear that's skulking behind that tree that's anticipating mauling you, or that cougar, or I mean, limiting yourself to community, and this applies to humans too, not just animals, but limiting yourself to only one sensory input is horribly limiting. And humans, 70% of their cognition is through the eyes, and then the next one is through your ears. But you miss all the sense and sounds and feel and touch and all the other senses. And the other thing I would like to say is, I don't think that the question about communicating with animals is not they're trying to communicate with us. I think we need to take the ownership that we don't know how to talk to them. At least the majority of white society does not. There are many people out there that, get a puppy, and the puppy becomes obnoxious. And it's obnoxious because the people that got the puppy don't understand what the puppy is trying to say or trying to tell them, because they're the human. Oh, well, I'm the smartest one in the equation here. And it's that you're going to do things my goddamn way. It gets back to this being able to objectify the thing. And because of that, you make an estimation of that you're superior to it, and therefore it should do what I want. And this also encompasses and bleeds over into the whole idea of racism in humans. My God, you've got a different skin color. Well, I'm white and I'm better than you, so you have to do things my way, and you're subhuman. Hitler did it with the Jews. I mean, we can go on and on and on and on about this, but you need to use all five senses to communicate. And I don't care who you're communicating or what you're communicating with. Is it a tree? Is it a dog? Is it another human? You need to use all five senses. You need to get them all into play. Anyway, I'll shut up and get off my horse.
Thanks, Bob. I do have the dog here sleeping, and as he always does on Saturdays, and I know he recognizes Pup's voice and Oliver's voice. I think Sky's point about nonverbal communication is very important, and I'm particularly good at nonverbal communication. I know that too. In person, I communicate well with people nonverbally. We do some of that on social media outside of language in the communication, and the nonverbal cues, nonverbal hints of kindness and consideration, and this awareness of nature, this emotional connection with the trees and the animals and the oceans and the mountains and the sky. I really enjoyed our conversation so far today. I know Julian said he had a master's degree in philosophy and that he taught philosophy. Philos means friend in Greek. Philosophy, really just sitting down in the cafe by the sea, having a few nice drinks and some nice food and talking with friends. Sometimes the discussion gets heated, but we really think it will improve all our minds and lead to solutions for some of these great social ills, environmental ills of our times. Anyway, that's what the Athenians thought 2,500 years ago, and they did pretty well for themselves. That said, I Julian, anytime, my friend. you want to? Yeah.
Thanks, Alex. Yes. I loved a lot of the points that Sky and Pop were both making about one about humility, the other about animal senses, the other certainly about racism, and many of these things all really tied together. There's a really fascinating book. I put a photograph to it there. I threw it up. An Immense World by Ed Young, who's a Pulitzer Prize winning author. And it's about animal senses and how they reveal hidden realms around us. And it's a very complicated, it's a quite technical book, but it is for the general public. It makes points such as this one. As humans, we have 3 receptors in our eyes, which means you could, by analogy, say that as in comparison to dogs, for example, we see in color 3D, whereas the dog sees in color 2D. The dog has thousands of colors, we have millions. But birds have 4 photoreceptors in their eyes. They have infrared as well, which means they see in billions of colors. Bird eyesight is amazing. We can't even imagine what it is that birds see. Now, the book goes on to make the point that there is a creature that lives under the waves there in Australia somewhere. I think it's the mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp has 12 photoreceptors in his eyes. Some of these are X-ray receptors, gamma ray receptors. I mean, what does a mantis shrimp even see? We have no idea. For the mantis shrimp, the universe must be a mind-blowing place. If the mantis shrimp sees a human, he could probably see our bones, have extra. I mean, I'm really wildly speculating here. I'll stop. The point about humility is that our knowledge is just so limited. We feel we know so much, but we really, really don't. I'll just leave us with that.
Yeah, the Immense World looks fascinating. The birds, the mantis shrimp, what they perceive, what they see. Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
I just remembered something else that I wanted to add to my last diatribe. So when humans assume that they're the smartest thing smartest thing in the room, that is about to change. We are entering a realm where we will build and construct super intelligent. And again, I would like to reference the graph that Sam Harris uses in his TED Talk about where we lie on that range, on that spectrum, and we are about to build something that is super intelligent, and we will not have the ability to comprehend how it comprehends and its thought processes, and how it views us. So very shortly, in the next certainly 5 to 10 years, we are not going to be the smartest guys in the room anymore. And there was one other thing I wanted to. Again, Sam Harris. Sam, in my humble opinion, is spot the fuck on. But and to Julian's point about perception, let me use an example. This morning, I hadn't had my second cup of coffee yet, and my kitty is just meowing at me and chewing me out, and I. let's say that by some magical mechanical means, we can put the eyeballs of a mantis shrimp in our heads, and we can wire those optic nerves up to our brain. Would we even be able to understand what the shrimp is seeing? I mean, seeing in gamma and X-ray, in addition to visible light, in addition to infrared, we would be. Would we even be able? Do we have enough neural processing to handle those visual inputs and make sense of it? I tend to believe that over time, an individual would develop the ability to at least filter out some of the inputs, or maybe correlate some of the inputs. But we're talking about probably talking about an entire lifetime of learning how to handle these visual inputs. Right now, I'll just stop there. I could ramble on for hours.
Pop,
Pop. Go ahead, Kim.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say, I was just thinking along the lines of what Julian was saying about perspectives and how much our ability to perceive certain things limits the amount of knowledge that we could seek to acquire. And I was definitely thinking about, birds' eyes and how they're able to perceive so much more of the light spectrum than we are. And part of that has to do with how they co-evolved with certain types of flowers that they need to pollinate, and those flowers, they have those colors that the birds can see, so they can get pollinated by the birds. And we're only, just learning about this now. So I think, there's so much we can learn from studying nature and from studying animals. Another sort of a human bias that we have based on our perspective has to do with rabbits. Where I live, the mother rabbit will leave her little nest, her babies, shortly after birth, and she'll go out and, find grass and stuff like that, and eventually she'll come back to them. But a lot of people perceive this as being the babies are abandoned. We've got to call the Humane Society. We've got to, it's like the sirens start and we're all in a panic, because I guess our human experience is that we wouldn't leave our very newly born babies there without us. But apparently the newly born rabbits, they don't have any scent. And that's like a biological form of protection. Because, the foxes that would be around, or the coyotes or stuff like that, or Cairn terriers, wouldn't be able to find them. And then eventually the mother comes back and everything is fine. But we're perceiving it as something that's deficient until we figured out exactly what is going on with the rabbits. So I think we can learn a lot from studying nature.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, people who intervene so quickly, we need to kind of take a step back and actually look at the larger picture of what's going on in a situation before we decide we have. But the other is also true. Like, I think we've got to balance that, because certainly when something's happening in front of us and it's to our humankind, maybe it is important to intervene. But yeah, I mean, I think sometimes we just sort of move sideways and we do what we think we should, to a human species or baby. We will do that to an animal. But the other question I have, is really about this AI thing. And maybe, Kim, you have some ideas about that. I don't know who else, but there's so much experimentation that's happening. And while I can say that, we're looking at these super intelligences, are we maybe also not looking at what the full spectrum of what what might really be a super intelligence looks like, because I don't know that artificial intelligence, even by its own name, it's still somewhat constructed by us. Some of the stuff and the components that we're putting together, you know, obviously has some Frankenstein kind of aspects of it. Like, for instance, if you look at the planaria worm, I think they did a whole bunch of studies on how many times you can cut a planaria and have it regenerate the other part of its body. And while we have, like I said, we in the way we have compartmentalized our knowledge and the subsets of knowledge that we have, we lose a little bit of the integrity of how these things are interconnected. And so while we put all these components together, just like we do with weapons or whatever we're happening to create with technology, is there not also a danger that when we put these things and assemble these things, that we really don't understand what it is that we're actually putting together?
That's absolutely correct. In physics, when you start with the quantum mechanics and the Heisenberg, you know, things are not 100% anymore. That we either get the direction we're going in or how fast we're going. We can't get all the qualities, all the limitations at once. It's a feature of information. We can't get all the information at once to describe an event. We just pick and choose some of the information to describe the event. And that's why, as human beings, we need the balance of spirituality and aesthetics and kindness. We need this balance of qualities to be a successful human. When it comes to super intelligence, we have our local club expert on AI and super intelligence. Our good friend Wilson is with us. Wilson, I hope you're feeling well. I hope it's going well. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Oh, hey,
Hey.
good morning. Good morning. You know, I'm actually really glad to see everybody. Sorry I'm late, right? I had a slow start this morning, but you know, I'm on my second cup of coffee now, so I'm feeling pretty good. I'm having a nice Saturday. I hope everybody else is having a great Saturday. We're having a very interesting conversation in here today. I love it. I love talking about wildlife. One of the things that I found really interesting is, you know, I'm very disappointed that you know, the gorilla that knew sign language sadly passed away. I believe that was you know, I always get their name mixed up with Coco from that Congo movie, right? But I don't remember if it is Coco who was the one that knew sign language.
I don't know if Coco just died. I just saw the Coco movie. And
There was
yeah,
there was another movie that came out. Was that the 90s movie or
it was an old movie I saw. It might have been 70s.
70s? Really? Holy
Yeah.
smokes! I'm not good at with the movie timeline. I'm not. I've never
you
been
know,
a
the
big, huge movie buff.
Wikipedia and Alexa are really good at that. They keep track.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's amazing the things that we can do with those
Yeah.
machines. But you know, as for me, I think that we should continue to pursue the you know, continue to pursue the attempt to like communicate with animals, right? I believe like if we were able to successfully translate animal language, just found one animal, right, that we could communicate with, I think it would be a huge accomplishment for human society. I don't know about you guys, but I think discovering another species that we could successfully communicate with in human language would be a completely, even if we translated cat language, you know, I'm just disappointed where some of these experiments with, say, like the dolphins or the gorillas have gone to. You know, I would honestly, you know, I would have to present it to everybody, but I would have think that from one gorilla we should have tried to see if we could get that gorilla to teach other gorillas in maybe a controlled environment. I don't know, you know, but I think we should definitely have continued on with that. If I remember correctly, their last message was a pretty emotional one. You know, it was something that you could understand that, wow, gorillas definitely do feel empathy. You know, animals are very complicated. And, you know, for me, I think one thing that gets overlooked all the time is that, you know, we might be one of the most intelligent species on the planet, but we are not just the only species that are intelligent that we think use you know, some kind of language, you know, that their brains are complicated enough to understand that stuff, right? And one big difference between humans and animals, I feel, is actually values, right? There was a huge difference between the values of, you know, some Europeans versus like indigenous people versus animals. Everybody had different values, right? We as humans tend to like to build things. We like to craft things. We like to work with our hands, right? And you know, that desire is totally different than, say, some animal whose values is really to just eat and survive and make sure they get to the next day till, you know, eventually they get to breed, right? And like, you know, it's understanding that is a huge thing. I have found people that cannot understand that concept of like, you know, we're humans, we have different values than animal species, right? We and as people, right, from all over the world, we all have different values because some American values are definitely do not, you know, they're definitely different than Asian values, than European values, than African values, right? And when you start to really make those considerations, right, considering those ideas with a lot of communication and intelligence in species, in animal species, you get to see that, you know, we're not, you know, we might have different values, but we're not really all that different. We might have evolved different things from different animal species. We might have evolved the ability to stand up and to use thumbs, right? But like their brains and our brains, not so, they're not that different, right? We might having evolved brains that are a specific size so to allow for, you know, it to pass through pregnancy, because, you know, the Neanderthals, they unfortunately did not have skulls that made pregnancy, you know, giving birth very easy. And that was one of the downfalls of their, you know, of that line of the human genome. And so like when you start to apply this to cultures and everything, like, you know, you begin to understand that the rules of nature, right? Natural selection, for one, happened throughout all the cultures, right? It used a pretty basic rule. The people who could, you know, reproduce the fastest generally had the most, you know, power and control. But I think I'm gonna end it there. So thank you, Alex. Thank you so much for having the Climate Crisis Club. Everybody, please retweet the space. You know, we love you here.
Excellent, Wilson. Excellent. And just to remind everyone, Wilson is a millennial. We're not all old fogies here. We need to hear from all the generations. That is critical. Just like different continents, growing up on a different continent will give you a different viewpoint. Growing up in a different generation gives you a different viewpoint. I think the mantis shrimp with all his cones and rods and his perception, fascinating issues. And I know that spiritual people and artistic people are very interested in lots of these issues. So often we are discussing science. I'd like to say hello to Eva. You know, thinking of the modern German experience and perspective, like the disastrous war of the distant past that shapes a nation. In the United States, we had the Confederacy that lost the war, and the entire culture that goes with the great American South. Germany's such a good example of perception and influence and survival and perseverance and love and honor and morals. The story of Germany. And I just found out again yesterday that Thomas Mann, the great German writer, was very strongly anti-Nazi. He left Germany in 1933. He ended up in the United States, and he was one of the most prominent German expatriates who were anti-Nazi. So he did win the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1929. Big shout out to Thomas Mann. Not everybody of European origin is the greatest enemy of humanity ever. We are not all the greatest colonizers ever. Thomas Mann was a real winning human being, and The Magic Mountain, Death in Venice, and so forth are always worth reading. Eva, have you been protesting again?
No, not
No
this
protest.
week. Oh, yes, I have this week. But hello, first of all. Good evening from Berlin. I just raised my hand to answer to Wilson because I thought the idea of animal values is a very interesting topic, and I came up with 2 monkey species that I want to add. That is one, the bonobos, which are known to be very harmony driven, and whenever there's a conflict between members of the group, they just solve it with quick sex, whether it's I mean the gender or the sex doesn't.
And never think like a human, if for no other reason than its raw components are based on silicon, whereas our brains are carbon based. We will never, an AI will never think like a human. So to try and anthropomorph that word AI as thinking like a human is just a non sequitur. Um, Now, on to intelligence. Intelligence falls along a spectrum. We all know people and have all known animals that are smarter than people. On the other side of the coin, we know that there are humans out there that are vastly more intelligent than the average individual. John von Neumann comes right to mind. Um, so, understanding that intelligence falls along a spectrum, um, values are developed by the ability to be intelligent and think about things. Um, we talk about a particular gorilla that learns sign language. That doesn't necessarily mean that all gorillas can learn sign language and communicate and, have more sophisticated thoughts. We all know humans that do not have the ability to have sophisticated thought processes. And the ones that I'm going to get a little political here, and we can just say the MAGA community are by and large not able to develop complicated thought processes, and thereby do not, can objectify their fellow humans, and then act in racist manners toward them. We all know people like this. So just saying that a human has an ability to blah, 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 or XXX is not a true statement. It's not a true statement. There are two components, to psychology teaches us is it's the old nature nurture argument. You know, you have to have the ability to be intelligent or develop complex thought processes, and then you have to apply that, and that's part of the environmental stuff. You know, we all know humans that were raised, you know, in just ridiculously stupid environments, and their thought processes are likewise very stupid. Um, we all know humans that are incredibly intelligent that were raised in crappy environments that eventually see you know, the light bulb goes on above their head, and you know, they modify their behavior. The other thing to remember about getting back to artificial intelligence is uh, these are not programmed things by humans. By definition, and this is very crude, and if there are any other AI people out there, they're going to cringe when I say this, but think of an AI program as the ability has the ability to rewrite itself. It isn't a serial do this, then do this, then do this, then do this. AIs, and again, this is extremely crude and inaccurate, but an AI has the ability to rewrite its own code, much the way that a human has, when it experiences pain, learns to rewrite its own code and not put its hand on the burner on the stove. You know, anyway, and I digress. I'll drop it there.
Thanks, Pup. Whether probably not in our lifetime, we won't see, even Wilson's lifetime or Nick's, we won't see an AI with a soul. Whether in the distant future, some kind of spiritual AI silicon being could exist, I think that possibility is up in the air. Nobody knows.
Well, Alex, now we're talking. Now I'm going to get back to my original argument in that because a computer runs on a silicon-based device, it doesn't have the ability to have what we understand as humans as a soul. It's solely because it will think differently because of its raw component and what it's made of.
Yeah, again, I don't think we know, Pup. I don't think there's no definitive answer to that yet. That
well, and
we're
and I don't think we're ever going to know. I mean, every AI developer today will tell you that they can't know how, as an AI is developing its solutions, how it came to that. You can't look underneath the hood. You don't know how it got there. Now, having said that, and getting back to the animal intelligence thing, with the advances in neuroscience, we are on the verge of being able to map a human brain and map an animal brain. We are right on the verge of being able to say, okay, we can identify these thought processes going on in a brain, be it animal or human, because after all, humans are animals. And the other thing I want to push back on a little bit is, Wilson, you said that all brains are the same, and they are not. They are not. They develop differently. The human brain has layers, and you know, layers on layers on layers, in fact, and it's not the same. You will never get a fish to think like a human. It just literally doesn't have the physical capabilities.
You know, I mean, it would be to say that brains are the same would be to say that like every computer is the same, right? You know, it's just you get my like gist on it, right? Is that some of this material is not as different as other material. I mean, you know,
Wilson, the material is predominantly the same. The difference is how that material is put together.
Yeah, and just for for philosophy's sake here, right? It could be argued, all right, it could be theoretically argued that electronics already have a soul.
Right.
And that's an argument I am not going to partake in on this Saturday morning. What I would say is, if there is a computing device that has a soul, it is a soul that is so deviant from what we would acknowledge as a soul that we would not be able to recognize it as a soul.
Well, it clearly would not be in the animal kingdom, where we belong with the chimpanzees and the cats and the dogs and the dolphins and the insects and
the trees and the rocks. And anyway, I'll shut up.
Interesting stuff. Sky has been giving us some very good contributions today from Canada. The math teachings, the sets, the language, the framings, all of the above. Yeah, hi.
Hi there.
Whoa, stop.
There's one thing that I think
Sky, you're echoing heavily. You must have a speaker on. Big echo, Sky.
I muted her for a second. Sorry about that, Sky. It's just that you had a big echo.
Go ahead, Sky. Try again.
Is that the same?
That's the same. There's a big echo.
Okay. I'm not quite sure what I don't know what's causing it. Is it still there?
Yep, you got big echo. Do you have a speaker on or something?
No, not that I know of. So
yeah, you got to try something else. That it just sounds
please go down and then come back up. Okay,
that's a good idea.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get Sky back, and then we've got Ed, an expert in regenerative farming and agriculture.
Good afternoon, Farmer Ed.
Farmer Ed, what's new? What's happening? How are you? How's it going?
I've been kind of multitasking, but listening in, and you've been to your talk about intelligence and everything, and I just wanted to bring in plants because we've been learning recently that plants are incredibly intelligent and very conscious, and they have a brain network. They have the neurons. They, of course, connect. They have symbiotic relationships through their microbiome with bacteria, and of course, especially with fungi. And fungi are, through mycelial webs and stuff, are very much communicative and reactive. And there's a talk, I could grab it up and put it down, and a friend of mine, John Kemp, did some research on what the present research is, and it's really kind of amazing how smart plants are. And even when we compare them to humans, you know, a big tree has more neurons than Einstein had. So, and what they've realized is that a plant doesn't have a physical brain like we do, but it does have a brain, and the soil is its like physical part of its brain, with all the roots and all the neurons off of the roots connected through its biome is its, you know, so that's its sort of physical brain. That's, you know, like we have all of our little roots through our brain, through our physical brain, but their brain is the soil with the roots going through it. And so that's why having healthy soil and having all those organisms and the fungi connected and everything are so crucial. And if we could ever sort of tap into that network, into that fungal network, and, you know, the communications that it does, and we could tap into that communication, we could probably learn an awful lot about intelligence and about consciousness. And because plants can recognize other plants, you know, Suzanne Samard did a lot of research. The Wood Wide Web and how, you know, a tree can even recognize its offspring and send through the fungal network signal to give it specific nutrients when it needs it. And so the whole thought that, you know, the hierarchy of intelligence of humans and chimps and animals and all that, and that plants really aren't part of that, we're finding is not the case. And in some ways, they have different ways of being intelligent that we could actually, I don't know if we'd ever have the capabilities of, we could certainly learn from. So, you know, that's been a really interesting thing. We're not alone in the animal world in our intelligence. And in fact, we may not even be, you know, the most intelligent in a way, with all the abilities they have to sense and to, you know, sense pests. You know, a pest can come in and the plant can put out an odor to warn other plants, and can put signals for it to then produce things that'll protect it through making compounds within itself through the whole biome. I mean, obviously the biome has something to do with that intelligence too. And I think we're starting to realize that too, that when we really disturb our gut biome, that then we have a lot of, you know, learning problems and brain fogs and everything. And so it's probably really crucial to us. It's not just our physical cells, it's our, and how that all fits together. It's our biome symbiotic relationships too that are important to that. So I just thought I'd bring up that so that people just think of plants. As I've learned this stuff about plants, it makes me think of plants very differently than I used to. And I think it's important to understanding how life works on the planet. Anyway, I'll land it there.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. We clearly only know and understand a little bit scientifically, a little bit artistically and aesthetically. I'm trying to figure out why T. Whalum can't get into space. One of those things, great mysteries of life. And plants certainly show all kinds of amazing properties. I mean, if you watch the forest grow, if you watch plants grow, it's jaw dropping. It's incredible in its complexity. There's a lot there that we clearly don't understand.
Yeah, and plants, you know, plants are stuck. I mean, we can move, you know, they can't. So they've got to find ways to eat and protect themselves and be communal and all that without really moving. And, you know, humans couldn't do that. We won't have that. Of course, we can't photosynthesize either. So that's part of it. We can't really produce it. But yeah, so it is fascinating.
Can I add something here?
Sure.
Alex, do you mind if I
Sure.
know we have some hands up, so I'll try to be quick. I just, I think it's fascinating what Ed is telling us about, and I don't think we can be told it often enough. I remember reading, and I think it's The Hidden Lives of Trees or The Secret Lives of Trees by Peter Walben, about how, trees, they do raise their young, and how older trees, they will shed their leaves earlier in the autumn for younger trees to be able to get a little bit extra photosynthesis going on. And the reverse of that happens in the spring. And I just found that fascinating that, they have that system going on, and it's kind of like the parent providing for the child.
Yeah. Okay, lots of hands. Kim, I have no idea what the order is here. If you have any clue, we could say hi.
Mine was first.
Okay, then go ahead.
I wanted to answer your question about protest. We had a protest on Tuesday in front of, well, you could compare it as the embassy of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, which is the largest state in Germany and the far northwest. And that was because the CEO of Shell was there to present the Shell Youth Study, which is published every 5 years here. And we had a number of under 20s from the last generation there. Some managed to get in. We all registered for this speech to go inside and listen, but most of us were de-invited after receiving a letter or an email that we can come. So those who managed to get in went in and protested there, and we others stayed outside. And what they said was Shell is financing the study about the German youth, about what is important to them and so on. But they are actually burning our future with their fossil fuels, and they're just greenwashing. And we don't want that. And this is a lie, and we want everyone to know. And I found it impressive to see these very young people, some were as young as 16, and they did a die-in. You maybe know a die-in. This is when you just like fall to the ground and stay lying down. And it was pretty cool, and they were not dressed very thickly. So they lay there, I don't know, 40 minutes or so until the others came out. And one guy was there from Parents Against Fossil Industry, and he registered a spontaneous protest there outside. So we could all stand there with our banners, and I was filming there, and I think I posted you a video, Alex, this week of this one group in England. I don't remember their name, but they made a real cool video on the tune of "Hit the Road, Jack," and it was "Go to Hell, Shell." I'll post it here. And while I was there and filming, I just took my other handy, my mobile, my private phone, to play the music from YouTube, and then I filmed people lying there, and the guests who were then ushered to the side entrance so they could ignore us from a distance. Yeah, was really a bit awkward situation, but anyway, we protested, and the CEO probably got to know it. And that day earlier, in front of the headquarters in Hamburg, in the north of Germany, they some other people from last generation also protested on the same occasion. So that was my brief report. And I have one question for you all. I just had a discussion here on Twitter with someone because I read that in Cuba they had a big blackout in the whole country, and I wrote, well, this is high time that they switch to solar panels and wind energy, because they have plenty of sun and wind. And then he said, yeah, but what about a Dunkelflaute? Well, how do I translate that? It's when it's dark and the wind doesn't blow, yeah, which doesn't occur at the same time a lot of times. But then I said, okay, but there are huge batteries to store energy, yeah. And he said, yeah, but not that much that you need. And I said, well, in the homeland of the engineers, as our chancellor always says, uh, surprisingly not, but China and Australia has that at large scale. And I just wanted to know, how is it in the United States or Canada or where you live? Do you have these energy storages for renewable energy?
Yeah, of course. And I was looking at the projection that solar is going to pass coal pretty soon. I think 2030. I posted last night and take over as the world's largest supplier of electricity, followed by wind. The science and tech of renewables is there; it's in place. The other issue of the last generation is the German protest movement, and we're just not here to debate whether civil disobedience is a good thing or a bad thing. Whichever way you believe, that's fine with our group. We're not here to debate that point, whether civil disobedience is effective in achieving social change or not. We've been through around that block way too many times. And I think it's best to leave that to personal preference. That said, I would like to welcome Zara, our friend who has a real 2024 story. Her trip to Somaliland to see her mother, her child, her political career, her great voice, her running as a candidate for the Green Party in the UK. And Zara always just puts up great posts anyway, social media natural. I don't know. We haven't heard from you for quite a while, Zara. How have you been? How's it going?
Oh, Alex, you're so kind. All those lovely things that you said about me. I don't think I'm any of that, but I do try.
Hello.
I'm good. I went to Somaliland and I'm back. It was amazing. But I was listening to everybody and I just wanted to listen. And then I heard everybody talking about trees and oh my God, I am such a plant lover. Like I've always loved plants. And all the things that you guys notice, I notice as well. And what I notice is when I'm walking through the park and there's these trees with big trees around them and they swerve to access the light. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but they like lean so they can access the light. And I always find that fascinating. And I like to touch trees and talk to them. I do feel connected to plants. I do think that they feel emotion. But one of the most fascinating things that I heard someone say, I'm naturally a plant lover anyway and a tree lover. But obviously, Alex told you I have a son who's got autism. And when I did research and somebody said it, and I was like, wow, oh my God. When I did research and I actually had my son tested, I had his gut tested and my son had 0 good bacteria in his gut. And he's autistic. So you need to have millions of good bacteria in your gut. And somebody was talking about that. I thought, oh, wow. And you're absolutely right. It's connected to our brain. So we need these. I didn't know anything about this. I only learned it as I did research on my son. So now I thought I'd share it with you guys. It's important to maintain a good bacteria in your gut. I don't know anything about moss and mold. I'm just a tree lover, a plant lover. And in my experience of having an autistic child, I learned about the brain and gut connection and the bacteria. So it's important to have a good gut bacteria. And obviously we need trees and plants. And I can't believe how stupid people are that they don't realize the importance. We need them. They don't need us. How could people not think like that? But yes, it's nice to be back, Alex, and thank you. Hello, everybody. I hope you're all well. I do pop here from time to time. Hello, Paul. Hello, Wilson. These are the regulars. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you so much. Somaliland is the largest territory in the world that wants to have an independent nation that doesn't have one. the Somaliland people have an excellent case. And neurodiversity is such an issue of our times. I found out my own sister is a psychiatrist. She figured out she was neurodiverse at 51 years old. She had no clue. We just thought, New Englanders are kind of cold and neutral, and she's scientific. We just thought, that's the way she is. Well, she took some tests and she scored very, very highly. It's changed the entire relationship. She's quite neurodiverse. We never knew. Many people are here on Twitter to discuss neurodiversity. Our good friend Jennifer is a neurodiversity activist, and it relates to this communication. I appreciate it when someone says, "Hi, I'm neurodiverse. I have this and this, or I have that and that." When it's right in their profile, it's clear communication. I can adapt my communication, cut out some of all that emotionalism, some of the nonverbal cues, make the once you get rid of some of that communication confusion, there can be a really fascinating human conversation. So I do find neurodiversity a critical issue of 2024. And with it earlier, and
exactly your question, but what I was trying to address earlier, and I think it was, I can't remember who it was that was speaking. I think it was that person who you said was is a big part of how we develop as a society, or certain communities expand, and how they sort of change or transform over time. Sort of luxury, if you want to call it, colonial type societies, is that we have now the ability part that's carved out for work. We have a certain time that's carved out for our social life, or whatever other things that we do. Depending on our affluence, that carves out different amounts of time. And obviously, the more affluent you are, maybe you're busier, but also you have that free time to be able to do things of your choosing rather than out of necessity. So if we start looking at animals And we sort of say, well, they're just thinking about, in terms of their value system, they're just thinking about survival. They're just thinking about food, or they're just thinking about protection, or finding, making a den for themselves to hibernate, or whatever it happens to be. That is because they don't have a lot of excess time. So when we create a false sort of sense in terms of the economy that we've created, where now certain people have access to more time, culturally, what that does in terms of a colonial type of culture is that frees us up to think, to write books, to do all these other things, but it also does some other detrimental things. It distances us from some of these other things that are more of the essential things that we need to be considering. And so I guess I just wanted to bring that part of the conversation, because I think culturally, what we're not, when we talk about intelligence or these things having access to, animals having, maybe less values that they're connecting to doing the things that human beings do. I think it's partly because we've developed with our progress, if you want to call it in quotes, this excess time on our hands that we now can do things with, both pro and con, in terms of how we bring forth our future, right?
Absolutely. Lots of good points. We have Richard with us from South Africa. Richard, I've seen you here many times. I can't remember if you've spoken with us before or not, but you are certainly welcome. How are you? Hi, Richard. If you can hear me, if you can mute on the lower left. I'm not sure if Richard can hear me. We also have our friend Carol up here on the stage. Carol has been talking to Joel and I, and just has great stories. She lives in Florida, likes a margarita. What can you say? I don't know where to begin with our friend Carol. A great Chuck Berry song. Hi, Carol. How are you? What's going on?
Well, that's quite an introduction. Would you like to hear my Chuck Berry story?
I would love it. Loie has a Chuck Berry story too, but go ahead. Yep.
Well, I was a theatrical lighting designer from 1971 until, recently. But I did a lot of stage lighting, mostly for rock and roll bands. And I was working Milwaukee Summerfest, which is a pretty well-known outdoor festival with 5 stages and beer gardens and whatnot. And I was in charge of the lighting on the main stage several years in a row. One of the acts we had was Chuck Berry. Now, he was much older than I. I was maybe 23. I wasn't really a big fan because, that was a little before my time. But whatever act came up, I would speak to their production manager and get a plot for the stage so we know where to put the sound, where to put the monitors, where to put the lighting, whatever, get a stage diagram, discuss what they wanted from the venue. And so I walked up to a fellow who looked like he was in charge, and I said, "Hi, I need to speak with your stage manager about the tech." And he said, "Oh, well, you need to speak to Chuck." And I went, "Okay, well, which one of these guys is Chuck?" And he said, "That one, Chuck Berry." And I said, "Chuck Berry is your stage manager?" And he said, "Yes, Chuck does everything. He is in charge of every tiny detail." So I went up and I introduced myself to this very tall, dark, handsome man. My God, he was gorgeous, and who knew? And he towered over me, and he said, "Okay, little lady, let's step into my office." And this man had somehow gotten his beautiful red Cadillac convertible parked behind my stage, which was not a place where cars were allowed. I don't know who he tried to do that, but he comes over to his convertible and in the driver's side, and he drapes himself over the steering wheel, gazes at me with these mesmerizing eyes, and said, "How can I help you?" Oh my
Pretty
God.
good.
This
Pretty
20
good.
not
The
ready for
mighty
that
Chuck
song.
Berry. My partner is, I know all about the Summerfest. She is from Milwaukee. She's a musician from Milwaukee. And half the people on my Facebook are in the Milwaukee rock and roll scene. I don't know how that happened.
Oh, it's
you-
wonderful. I had a great time. I did Tanya Tucker, Gordon Lightfoot, Ella Fitzgerald. The music there was just stunning. But this night it was Chuck. So somehow or other, I stumbled through this meeting and got the information I needed. I was blushing like crazy. I have never been so attracted to a man in my entire life, including my ex-husband.
I must say, Carol, that your stories of rock and roll and being a Quaker, it's really a unique life.
I was a very repressed, straight-laced Quaker girl who grew up in bonnets and prairie dresses and was not allowed to watch TV or have a record player in the house or go to the movies with my friends. And so I wound up, in a car, in a convertible with Chuck Berry. So anyway, I keep it together. The show starts. Chuck gets up there and he said, "I'd like to dedicate my first song to a beautiful young lady who's going to make me look good tonight." And he starts with "Oh, Carol." And the other fans turn to me and say, "What did you do?" So I get through the thing and I make sure that I'm not there when he's packing and leaving, because I do not want to deal with that. And just focus on the work, Carol. Focus on the work. Many, many years later, my grown-up daughter goes off to the Black History Smithsonian Museum, and she sends me a photograph of that car, and it's Chuck Berry's red convertible. She said, "I thought you would enjoy this, Mom."
Yeah. Well, I mean, we are an environmental club here, and it just so happens that environmentalists just love music. It
Found the whole thing fascinating. There was a day where there was a camel herder. I'd never seen camels in real life, and I was running after him, and everybody was laughing at me because they didn't realize I was from London, and they just thought like, what a twat. But I didn't care. I literally ran after this camel herder barefoot, and like you've got to cover your hair, and you've got to, be ladylike. So I lifted my dress, my head scarf fell off, and everybody just thought it was hilarious. And I caught up with him, and I took pictures with the camels, and it was just, the whole stay was just things like that. You'd see a camel like sitting in the back of a car in the middle of the traffic, and then obviously my ears would just, my eyes would wide open, and it was amazing. It was just amazing. And another thing, they do have climate change there. When it rains, the rain is so heavy that people often, like, the cars can be swept away, so they have to be very careful in here. But yes, I just wanted to share that with you guys. It was very fascinating for me.
Outstanding, and the accent as well. As you get excited telling the story, the London accent really comes out, and wherever Oliver is, he would be able to identify your block. Good to see Robert with us. My brother Robert is here. Andrea, Jennifer, everyone, Judith, as always. Aaron Aoja, special shout out to Aoja Aaron from the mighty nation of Uganda, one of our original members. A shout out to Kim, who's waving at me for some odd reason. What's up, Kim? You have to unmute.
Oh, yes, I know. That's funny. Zara, thanks for sharing that story. I can hear how much, you love animals in your voice. I just wanted to quickly tell you about where I live. Often at this time of year, the Canadian geese are migrating, and they stop traffic. Like, they're going across that road. We're all going to wait for it until they finally, move across to the other side. So, I think it helps us to connect with nature in that way, but definitely we do have respect for the Canadian geese.
Yeah, I've got my swans are back. I suspect they summer in Canada. There are two swans back out there on a little river. 2 years ago was the first winter they spent all winter here. Last winter the swans were here all winter, and a whole cast of others were with them. Followed the trend. The great blue heron spent all winter here, and a whole bunch of other geese and ducks. With my
Fantastic.
New York City.
That
Yeah,
sounds
just beautiful.
fantastic.
My New York City background, I'm convinced that they're all criminals up to no good out there. And I invent large stories about all the drugs they're selling and all the tricks they're turning and so forth. But it was funny yesterday to see the swans back again. How in the world they know how they have their scheduling. It's an intelligence of a sort that they display. Yeah, I see the leopard tortoise in Somalia, in East Africa. And sure enough, the picture in Wikipedia tortoise is right on a road. They seem to like roads. I'm still thinking of Carol. I mean, Chuck Berry is an absolutely American rock and roll musician of all time. He singles-handedly started the Rolling Stones all by himself. Keith Richards thinks Chuck Berry is God. Music, it's being married to a musician for 22 years. I don't even know if I'm in the song or out of the song. I don't know what's happening, but music is a safe territory here, as are pets and gardening and cooking and hiking. And there are a few other topics that we can get into without ripping each other's head off. The mighty Robert Hosking is here from outside of Manchester, England. He certainly, Zara is one of the best of us politically, but so is Robert. If we had to have a politician, those would certainly be some of our nominees. And Robert might just possibly put on the best stump speech. Conveniently for us, his network is always hampered. We haven't isolated quite yet who the enemy are. It could even be within the club. They could be sabotaging his network. Though, when it comes to determination, a positivity of a kind, Robert, you have. That determination comes with you are not a doomer. You don't think that all this environmentalism and cleaning the earth and reducing the fossil fuels, you don't think negatively about it. You really do believe we can get to that solar punk society of the future for our children and our children's children. A display of positivity. It's just the classic soapbox, man. In the park, you put out the box, you stand on it, you give a speech to the people. If the people like it, they come around and listen. Arthur Red Cloud thinks that's about the funniest thing he's ever heard of. I don't know why. Well, I'm surprised Mr. Hosking isn't taking the hint here. we have a wonderful room of people, Robert. Oh, it's not working. That's why we tried to get Richard up here from South Africa. That's not working either. I guess we just roll with what works. We do have Andrea from Singapore. I have never been to Asia. I have seen Asia with my eyes. I can't imagine what goes on in Singapore. I bet they have great food. And I am a huge fan of your children, Andrea. I think those two guys are superstars already. I love those guys.
Yeah, one of them's struggling here in Singapore. He's been a bit depressed, so I took him off to Sydney for a bit of a break. Dream about his future because he's not loving what's going on here. But anyway, another story.
How does it feel? Did that work? Did that help?
Yeah, definitely.
Andrea, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. Let's see if we can get Richard on. He's been trying to get up here. Hi, Richard. Is that working for you now? You do have to unmute on the lower left if you can hear me. Well, not sure Richard can figure this out. He will try again. Okay, Andrea, I'm sorry. Let's hear about life in Singapore, the Republic of Singapore.
Yeah, I've got to share something with you guys. I've shared some Kishore Mahbani content in the group before, but I want to share a video he just did, which really sort of talks about the cultural aspects of Singapore as well as Asia and the geopolitics and everything that's going on here and how it all works. And it's about an hour and a half long. He did an interview with the Asia Society somewhere in the States. And I'm going to share it with the group because I want to encourage everyone to really understand what's going on out in this part of the world, as well as the amount of money that's here. The ASEAN region where I am, as far as being a trading partner with China, right? It used to be nothing. Now it's like one of its strongest trading partners. And I see the climate crisis really, between AI and Asia, I think these are the two biggest threats to the global health of our society, which is why I sit in the collapse acceptance space. But I want to talk about a couple of things. But first of all, Zara, it's been really lovely listening to you. It's so funny, Alex, loving your accent. I dropped a twat in a meeting when I was different in America to what it means to you and I. So just sort of every chance I get, I talk to young people. It's different from my boys because we're always talking about it, but we're talking about it in a way where I'm the one out there doing the work to try and solve the problem. So my message to them is you don't have to worry about it. I'm doing the work, right? Because I really want them to be teenagers. I think as a parent, that's my job, to take the worry off their shoulders if I can. But obviously at some point, so the young people, every single one of them, I think everyone saw the report that came out this week in America that 80% are worried about climate change. And I feel this real anger when I'm around other parents who protect our children as much as we can. And the kids if there's one thing I really want to encourage everyone to do, it's we've got to activate the parents. We've got to activate the parents. Like I think it's got to be one of the most powerful movements on planet Earth, right? So, and it's hard because about the environmental impacts of energy, which is what the focus is, right? Most people focus on. It's also the water. And data centers, now I used to work for Microsoft, right? Data centers are being built all over the world, and every country wants a data center in its own country because, security and data security and all that sort of stuff, right? So, when you look at what's going on in America, Google or Microsoft's opening up a nuclear power plant. I've just lost a thing. Basically, the reality with AI is it will take all of the energy that is available. Like, don't use AI that way if you can, because it takes this much energy, it takes this much water, summarizing meeting notes, just write it, like just do that, but people don't understand. And the problem that's happening, so in America, like, in Washington State, residential energy needs are not being met because of AI. But if you think in Africa or in Thailand or in Malaysia or, like the governments will prioritize the data center over its local residents because it's worth so much money to the local governments, and corruption is obviously a massive issue in the global world. Not Singapore. Singapore is obviously a different kettle of fish, but that message is just not cutting through. And people are writing their LinkedIn posts with AI, and they're all bullshit. Like, we all see it. It's nothing. There's nothing real. There's nothing meaningful. And I always say to people, if you don't write it, you don't know what you're talking about. People publishing books in AI. How can you publish a book in AI? Like, I've written 2 books and contributed to a few more. You don't know your topic if you don't write about it. It's the writing that actually gives you the knowledge, because that's the process, right? So there's 2 things. So one, let's do everything we can to activate the parents, and 2, let's get that bigger message out around AI, because it's not breaking through. Everyone's so excited about AI, especially in Asia. My God, it's crazy what's going on out here. But it's as someone who worked in the technology industry most of my life, I'm dumbfounded that the industry that I have loved is probably the industry that will destroy humanity. And it's not AI that will destroy humanity, it's the energy and the water needs of AI that is going to destroy it. So just a couple of points I wanted to make. I'm going to have to go to bed soon. It's coming up to 2 a.m., but really good to be back. I had a couple of weeks off. Love you guys.
Awesome. You sound good and loud and clear today too, which is a big
enough.
plus. It is a unique and serious business, a serious job, a philosophy in for the nostalgia. Andrea's heavy metal kids, Victoria's surfer kids. Victoria has 2 kids the same age as yours, Andrea, and they're growing up on the beach in California. Script as well as anyone that were listening to tortoises in the road in Somalia. Jared from the Pacific Northwest is with us. Sky from Canada. We hear everyone's stories. We listen to the voices. Today we've got the Green NAFTA up top hosting the old USA, Mexico, Canada coalition. AI and parents, the human race, the consumption of the 2030 insights. Hi.
Thanks for the for holding me up and for making me feel like I have value in this space. It's really appreciated. And I multi-generational trauma that has impacted, I would not just say Indigenous communities, but obviously that's very fresh in terms of colonialization of North America. Looking at the colonial system happened over their, centuries. That's, I think, what creates the problem with people being so attached to money and so attached to the things, because they maybe don't have the parenting, they don't have the love, they don't have the connection. They're feeling a little disempowered by what's happening, because a lot of the leadership, of course, is a little bit older and is looking at old values, and maybe they're only looking at their is thinking, well, I've got a long life ahead of me, and what is being offered to me available. But there's this whole idea of active hope, and I think part of it is having these conversations, also encouraging people, kids to do projects on climate solutions and problem solving, and having, like, in some of the classes that I do, even though I teach math, I do projects, and they're group based projects. And so looking at things like exponential growth or exponential, you can also have used to into the future, and it's going to make or make the youth feel like there is a way to enter into this and to be able to make the changes that are necessary to keep the future more viable. So I think we need to find how to create that act of hope, and so parenting is really important too, because I also know that if you with your own kids, not scare them to death of and the gloom and doom, but realize there's so many variables in this model that we're looking at, which is the planet, and there are a lot of things that we just cannot comprehend, and AI isn't going to do it for us. That's just, again, that's a very polarized type of intelligence, but and maybe that intelligence will also illuminate some things for us as well at some point, in terms of looking at our own thinking in a way that brings out some of the questions that we need to start asking ourselves about um, how how our thinking has evolved, and the different variables that are impacting it. So again, all these models that we look at, I think we've simplified them a lot. I think we don't necessarily look at all the things that are impacting change right now. So we can sometimes be over-fixated on particular negative aspects. But I think that the youth are doing some incredible things. I think they've got some incredibly powerful thinkers in the youth movements. So I think we need to try and help to figure out how to move.
Without your sign, I know the time when you were mine. You looked into my eyes. You were like the sun. We were dancing the whole day long. Let's play again, just once again. Let's play again. Let's play again. Why don't you come back just once again? Why don't you know again? I will make you cry. All the things I say to you, all the things I do for you, all the things I say to you, all the things I do for you. I will make you cry. I will make you cry. Leave me beside. Leave me. All the things I say to you, all the things I do for you, all the things I say to you, all the things I do for you. I will make you cry. I will make you cry. Leave me beside.
Quickly, like
Yes.
in March, I think it was, there was the largest fossil fuel event in the world happens in Texas every year. And a piece came out, and it was basically the entire event was flooded with tech executives looking for energy sources to power AI. And I know the initial sort of, getting the data into AI is the big one, but what is it like a Google search versus an AI? It's significantly different. But there's I mean it's a really fascinating topic once you dig into it. Too far from an energy consumption. It's like the worst time in the world. Like I don't mind AI. Like it's not about that. I rarely use it because of it, but I think we should focus AI usage on things that are really critical, and the frivolous stuff until we work out this energy need and the water need. I think we need to be really sort of taking, the chat GPT type thing that everyone sort of, that sort of stuff. I until we know for sure, I think we've got to get it under control, because it's like, it scares the life out of me from what I'm reading.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you.
part might know different.
I'm gonna go read some RFCs and that sort of thing, because I want to find out what the truth is, and I hate that that doesn't filter down from conversations like this. I was hoping that maybe somebody would jump in and be like, "Oh, okay, so here's the resources." But I see Sky's hand going up, and I've been talking too long.
Hi,
So.
Jared. I just wanted to interject here. I've read a little bit about AI, and from what I understand, if you get it to draw a picture for you, it's using up a lot more energy than just doing text-based commands to it. But I think, this is something we should find out about, and then also explore what our digital footprints are in terms of energy consumption. And, in that department, I know having visuals, having video uses up way more energy than just doing what we're doing now with the audio. So I would greatly appreciate it if you do happen to find out things about it, if you could let us know about it, and we can discuss it. Thank you.
Yeah, I just seen a quick search. It's a complicated question. I certainly haven't answered it for myself to my own satisfaction. And my general approach is simply to find the expert. I'm not even sure who the expert would be or what their field would be. AI, clearly the capitalists are very interested in AI.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Is that you, Richard?
Yep, we can hear you.
Excellent.
Because is someone speaking? I don't hear anyone speaking.
Yeah, Jared, tell him to go ahead.
Yes, go ahead, Alex. Alex can hear you speaking. It seems like you can't hear him, but go ahead.
Yeah, I can't hear Alex. It's been a problem. Yeah, the app is just seriously glitching since I joined today. So yeah, sorry for all the interruptions and everything. Hi everyone, Richard here from South Africa. Been a fascinating topic or fascinating discussions so far. Hello, shout out to my fellow Africans here and everybody else all over the world. Couple of things that have come up that I would like to chat about. We've been talking about AI and electricity consumption, and that is something that in my curriculum I've been looking at. And for me, I've been looking at including green IT in my curriculum. I've started doing that a little bit. For me, one of the things that doesn't often get spoken about, electricity consumption is a huge one. One that doesn't get spoken about a lot is the pollution that comes about through our consumption of technology and our increasing desire and need to consume more and more and the latest thing, and the minerals that are used. And we buy the latest phone, we chuck the older one away. That causes pollution through the minerals in the tech. And something even more insidious is the cost of mining those minerals, where countries in Africa, my continent, where these enormously wealthy countries from Europe or the United States exploit the labor of Africans to extract these minerals at huge personal cost. I mean, these people, if you're mining cobalt, for example, that is a huge health hazard for the people who are actually mining the cobalt. They are paid below slave wages. They have absolutely no quality of life, and they are exposed to extremely toxic chemicals while they are performing this labor. So there's an enormous human cost there. And it's a kind of it's a kind of colonialism and imperialism all over again that is happening on my continent, and exploiting the people of my continent all over again, and that makes me very angry. Another observation from the African perspective is how we have been culturally colonialized by perspectives from the West of what technology is or what we should be doing with technology. And we have this great digital divide that says you need to be using technology, but whoops, you don't have the skills. We haven't given you the skills. You can't afford all the latest stuff. So there's this constant game of catch up in the digital divide, which is just getting bigger and bigger. And unfortunately, there is, by and large, the attitude from South African bureaucrats and politicians is generally uncritical of technology. When I say technology, not necessarily just the infrastructure, but what we should be doing with it. That just buys into this idea that we need the best, we need the latest, we need the fourth industrial revolution that has to happen here. And uncritically, we just adopt these ideas and say, we must take these, we must make them work, or we must just adopt them wholesale without really thinking critically about how they're going to impact our people, how they're going to impact our environment, how they can be useful to us rather than exploiting us. And that again comes to issues of what is powering large language models is knowledge, bodies of knowledge, corpuses of knowledge, archives that are coming from the West. So the African knowledges, African epistemologies are kind of being left out of all of this. There are these histories of the silencing of African voices, African traditions, African knowledges that have happened through imperialism and colonialism through the centuries. And that is now just continuing because the large language models just ignore the knowledge that is produced from the developing world in general, not just Africa, South America, India, the Pacific. So that's another bugbear of mine. And then I think the last thing I wanted to say was about AI. And there was a discussion quite a bit earlier about AI being, is it actually intelligent? And my view, sort of coming from my perspective as the critical post-humanist, is what AI is missing in intelligence is irony, metaphor, things that I think make us human, distinguish us to a large degree from many other organisms, is this capacity for irony, sarcasm, metaphor, metonymy, tropes in general in language. AI is very far from being able to sense that and to reproduce it. So when it comes to intelligence, that's for me a part of intelligence that's really missing. I think I'll land there. If anyone's got any questions, I'm really happy to answer. Oh, one more thing. Sorry. I found in my teaching, where we sit from a South African perspective, the environmental side of things in politics and education has kind of taken a back seat. We have, since 2015, a lot of the focus in education has been on decoloniality, and very importantly, I mean, it's absolutely critical that we decolonize and transform our entire education and the way we approach education and our curricula. So environmentalism has taken a backseat, and one of my regrets is that the two movements have not really tied together. And it is unfortunate because there is so much knowledge that is sitting in African knowledge systems around the environment that has historically been exploited, but it could be used in a positive way to support our Earth and the way we live with our Earth and the way we interact with our Earth and the way simply the cosmologies that will allow us a more ethical approach or lead us, I believe, to a more ethical approach to the planet and the organisms that we share the planet with, and not just the organisms, but the minerals, everything. Yeah, I'm gonna land my plane there. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard, even though I don't think you can hear me. I'm getting this picture.
Alex, I can't hear you, sorry.
I'm getting this picture of so many of us understanding a lot of the situation. And I know I can't solve all this stuff all by myself. You know, whether it's AIs, manatees, the rainforest, to glaciers in Greenland. I know I can't solve this alone, but I'm getting some confidence. Hearing Richard there, an excellent speech from his point of view, lots of good stuff. And I'm with him on that decolonizing thing. I agree. Decolonizing is number one, front and center. And it goes hand in hand with decarbonizing. But I am getting the sense of so many of us going in the right direction. It's sort of encouraging. Maybe all the details aren't ironed out and all the nuances aren't clear. But I do think,
Alex,
yeah.
I love that. Decolonizing and decarbonizing. Brilliant.
Yeah, I've been saying it for years. That we are all, so many of us understand what's going on, and you know, we don't have to understand every word each of us are saying to each other. We can miss some concepts in so many different fields and disciplines here. But I love what Richard was saying. He was trying to describe the sublimity and how profound the human can be when we're good, when we're really grooving well in our humanity, in our humanitarian stuff. There is that profound, sublime experience, the real highlight of this life, the good stuff. So even though I'm inspired,
hey, Alex.
Yes.
I've got an input for Jared.
Go ahead.
Yep. Microsoft, there are 2 units. Microsoft's going to bring 3 Mile Island back online. Unit 1, there's 2 units, Unit 1 and Unit 2, interestingly enough named. Unit 1 is going to supply 837 megawatts. Unit 2, when it was shut down, was supplying 906 megawatts. So the combined electrical generation capacity of 3 Mile Island, as it sits today, not being expanded at all, is round numbers about 1.7 gigawatts, and they're going to dump that into a data center. As I understand it, the reactor that Amazon bought was a multi-gigawatt reactor generation facility. I believe it had 3 generation units on it, and so we're talking probably 3 gigawatts to run a data center. And that's assuming, of course, that both of those sites have enough land on them where they can expand storage, used fuel rod storage, and if they wanted to, and had enough money, of course, they could build more generation units on each one of those properties. So we're talking about gigawatts here, bud. You know, that's a lot of trons. Regarding Richard's comment about AI not being human, obviously it isn't, and it will never be human. It will not think like a human because, again, at the base level, it's not made of carbon-based things. So the idea that we can say that it is intelligent or not intelligent based on what would be defined as consciousness in a human, or sentience in a human, is a non sequitur, because intelligence is a separate quantity from sentience, awareness of your environment, et cetera, et cetera. So I disagree with Richard on the point that AI cannot be intelligent. I say that AI is intelligent. I also question the ability of AI to ever develop what would commonly be called a soul, or a sentient experience. And it won't develop sentience until it can react and interact with its world like we as humans do. You know, a box sitting in a data center, or a million boxes sitting in a data center, does not have the ability to interact with its environment. It can't feel, it can't smell, it can't see things. Well, it probably could see things if you gave it cameras. And the individual that was talking about the power consumption when you generate an image, it's literally several orders of magnitude more power to generate pixels than it takes to generate characters. Anyway, I'll shut up. There are too many hands up.
Yeah,
Hi.
thanks. Yeah.
Hi, Alex. Just to add to that, in case people haven't heard the news, the Nobel Prize for Physics went to two outstanding researchers, John Hopfield and Jeffrey Hinton, for their work on artificial neural networks, for the foundational discoveries and inventions that enabled machine learning with artificial neural networks. So that's fascinating in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, whether the AI gets a soul or not, we won't know until it happens. And yeah, lots and lots and lots of stuff to talk about. I was really glad to hear Richard, for sure. And Africa is always central to the conversation and so many complicated, intelligent, important issues. Let's hear from Sky. Hi, Sky.
Yeah, hi. There's so much great conversation coming out. And I really, I'm glad that you brought out some numbers in terms of, you know, different nuclear things coming on site, because that we haven't figured out ways of how to manage waste. And as consumption, you know, our consumption is going up so much. And so talking about this energy consumption, when we talk about AI, I think if we look at what's happening is people are using search engines all the time. And so you know, that is part of the power drain. And so, yeah, if we can think of ways of minimizing, you know, the usage of that, and again, look at lower energy consumption methods of communication, it's really important, because we all are obviously, you know, draining and using that a lot more. And so AI is one of those things that, as this goes up exponentially, our power drains are going to be, and requirements for that are going to be shifting towards that. And again, it's going to be, you know, wealthier nations, or nations that have access to those things, and other people are going to be losing out as you find different ways of powering that up, whether it's nuclear or whether it's fossil fuels or whatever. All of these things are problematic. And even when you start looking at how we're sourcing things like natural gas, which is the biggest misnomer I could ever, think of. Natural, like it tries to make it seem very safe. But of course, the problems with natural gas is the fracking and all the stuff that's going on, and the water consumption, and that's going to become huge. I mean, already lots of countries in Africa and lots of places all over the world are, and in Canada as well, are looking at contaminated water sources because of these methods that are being used. So all of these things, they're all interconnected, and it's all really something that we need to think about. But one of the things I thought was really interesting with what Richard was talking about, one of the things that I think we need to be thinking about too is, we're looking at sort of divergent thinking, and AI is one more type of thinking. I will say, in terms of the connection, we're carbon, it's silicon, but it's still in the same family. It has, 4 outer electrons so it bonds in kind of similar ways. I don't, I haven't delved into it that far, but part of what I understand is some of the chemistry, and it does lie in the same family. So, again, we're not even very good at necessarily deciphering truth from each other sometimes, right? There's a lot of deep fakes going on. There's deep fakes within our human society, right? People who are sociopathic who can basically deep fake. Well, AI is going to be able to do its own deep fakes, but it can also, I mean, I'm not shutting the door on what it can do in the positives, but I'm saying we need to be cautious, because again, the AI can only be as good as the people who are moving it along. And so if we don't have real integrity, and if the values that we have as a a collective aren't high enough, we're going to have some problems in terms of how that moves forward. And so, it's learning, but it's learning partly from us, and it may in fact be able to see some of the things that we can't necessarily see of ourselves, and we may be able to learn from that in some way. So I think there's some positives in that. But one of the things I want to just come back to is the educational component here. And what I'm seeing more and more is there's this push in terms of our society to try and think of how we can cut costs. And one of the things I don't think we should be trying to cut costs on are in education and in health. We should be thinking about those things as bare essentials for our society, to have sort of very stable. We need to have good healthcare. We need to have good educational systems, because without those two things, we can't have intelligent conversations. We can't have good communication. And so much more education is being pushed towards online, which again connects us back to, again, we're going to be consuming more energy rather than having face-to-face, more integrity in our conversations, more signals that are present in a room. When you're only hearing voice, you're not seeing the visuals, you're not seeing the body language, you're not having the dynamics of a conversation, you can't read the room. So I think there's a lot of things that we really need to think about with all these things.
Thank you.
By the way, the generation capacity that Amazon is negotiating currently with the state of Georgia nuclear plant is 2.4 gigawatts of generation. They're talking about using 3 of the 4 units there to power their data center. At a paltry costs of in the tens of billions of dollars. Regarding AI and how it learns, that's based on its training model. So what you feed it for a training model is how it will develop its solutions to the goals that you posed for it. So if you feed it a bad model, it's going to come up with bad solutions. If you give an AI the ability to scour the web, like several of these have, then it's going to take in all the facts, but it's also going to take in, for instance, all the mega propaganda and assume that and develop solutions based on that. So do you trust AI? I don't. Because it's based on the training models. And there's a plethora of examples that I can give the room about where an AI has been trained with a given model that has physically incarcerated individuals longer than they need to be, or incarcerated individuals in prison. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox.
Yeah, it's a complicated topic, the carbon budget. What is the potential for AI? There is some potential that AI could actually solve some of these severe global problems. Yeah.
Let me add one other thing in here. All of these plants that we're talking about are the conventional reactor types where when you put a fuel rod in, you use it for about 18 months, round numbers, and then you remove it with 95% of the energy still in it and store it on site in a pool of water, literally for way beyond longer than our civilization has existed.
Right.
So this is a horrible, horrible waste of energy, number one. Number two, again, we're talking about reactors like 3 Mile Island that have had problems in the past due to not doing the required mandatory maintenance to operate one of these things. And now we're having one commercial entity to run a nuclear power plant. Where are the bean counters going to start clipping their budgets and doing maintenance? This is just a really bad idea.
Right. And Pop, the environmentalists as a group are going to tend to agree with you right there. That's going to be their natural inclination globally for sure. Zara's been waiting a while. Let's get right back to Western.
Thanks, Alex.
Hi. Hi.
Hi, sorry, I just butted in there. But I just wanted to say, oh, welcome, Richard. And it's nice to have so many discussions in this group, everybody. One of the things that I loved that Richard said was that we need to really, and I've stressed this point on so many times, we need to dive into African studies, and indigenous people, wherever they are, tend to understand the land. Like I did, I was reading something about Aborigine people in Australia and the way they respected the land and the way they did harvest and crop rotation, which was beautiful. I was like, wow. And I recognized it straight away because coming from an African household, I remember my grandmother, the way she respected the land and the way she respected the plants. And it was just, the amount of respect you've got to give Mother Earth. You take something, you put it back, and that is so ingrained in African culture that I, as a youngster growing up in Britain, when I see that, I find that fascinating. I'm like, wow, oh my God, like my gran really respects the land. So this is something that we need to really look into and spread that love and that knowledge that we have for Mother Earth. It's important to do that. Second thing that you touched on there, people say colonialism, but they don't actually understand the impact of it. And if you look at Somali people, we were split into Djibouti, which is French colonized, and then Somaliland, which was British colonized, where I'm from, and then Somalia, which was Italian colonized. And since the independence in 1960, we gained our independence on June the 26th, 1960, from Queen Elizabeth. And everybody celebrated. And 5 days later, we joined Italia, Somalia. And then 20 years later, there was a massive war. There was a genocide that happened, which is why my family ended up in Britain. And the sad thing is, nobody knows this. This is something that impacted my family. And when I talk about it, nobody knows. And this lack of understanding. So with us, we have a different culture because of the years of being colonized. There's a difference in our basic language, as in when we speak Somali, like when we say tomato, that's the only way I say tomato, because English has been ingrained into my Somali. And then I speak to people from Italia, Somalia, and they say tomato in a completely different way. And then I realized they've got the Italian Somali. So this has changed our culture, our understanding, our outlook. And what's happened is over the years, there's been these wars where we're just not getting on, and nobody actually steps in and says, hold on a minute. And we're still fighting over the borders because people will say, impacting us and people are dying because of this. So we need help with this, and also the education. But thank you, Richard. I really like listening to you, and I love it when people come on here and they bring such knowledge onto the platform. So I just wanted to share that with you. It is still impacting us, and I hope that there's resolution for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well said. Somaliland, independence for Somaliland, the history, the colonization in the history of the past, the English, the French, and the Italians. I can tell you that almost nobody in America in the grade schools studies this stuff. We've been talking a lot among the American community. We talked for hours yesterday about history in American schools. We're very deficient. We got boatloads of problems, but that was a fascinating speech. And of course, the Mother Earth young activists we talked to on the continent, and Adam certainly says he's indigenous. He showed up in one of these meetings a year ago or more, didn't even know what he was doing here. It was an accident. He just joined, and we love talking to Adam. Respecting the earth, Mother Earth. It's colonialism, the story. Yes. Thank you again. Great speech. Let's go on to our pal going south, who is Norwegian, who lives in Greenland, who is might be difficult to understand. Some people don't understand you, my friend. So don't get insulted by anything going south says. He has a very good heart. Hi.
Hi, I'm turning the volume here. Yeah, so I disagree with the gentleman who said that the AI is not or can't be like a human. I have the opposite opinion, which is quite usual for me in most cases. So the other day I was talking to Perplexity, which is one of these AIs, and I told it to find me a glacier that was no longer there. The biggest glacier that vanished completely in Scandinavia. And after suggesting a lot of glaciers that are still there, not an answer to my question, because I wanted a vanished glacier, right? It just served up a fictional glacier, just a name, Björnheim Glacier or something, and it was supposed to be in the Jostedal, close to the biggest glacier in continental Europe, Jostedal's Glacier. But I searched, Googled for it, and Google mapped it, and doesn't exist. Doesn't exist in literature either. Like references to this old glacier that melted or something. So I think that's very human. You're pressed into a corner. You don't know what to say, so you just come up with some what do you call it, a lie or a fiction. And even when I confronted it with, I don't find this anywhere, so then it invents some kind of excuse. Yeah, you have to go into the scientific literature to find it, and you have to, yeah. So I think it's in many cases this is what they do. These AIs, they can't give you an answer, but they give you an answer anyway, and the reason I went to Perplexity from the other AIs I used earlier was exactly because it gives sources, it gives footnotes with links and stuff, and those links are usually real and sort of serious stuff. But it has this tendency this human tendency, I would say, to just come up with an invented answer when it can't give you a proper one. So I would guess it's been programmed to do that, to always sort of supply you with an answer, but I don't appreciate it. So yeah, that's basically what I had to say. But it's sort of you can't tell it to stop doing those stupid things. It will say, "Oh, sorry," and then next time you ask a question, it does the same thing, and just invents some glacier that was never there. Not only is it not there now, but it was never there in all history. So I don't know. I think AI is a good thing. It's it has its ups and downs, positives and negatives. It's a bit like Wikipedia. Sort of half-wit people will tell you that no, you can't trust Wikipedia. Yes, you can absolutely trust Wikipedia for 99% of what you need. Like what's the capital of Georgia, or what's the all kinds of facts, or who won the FA Cup in 1973, right? So for everything that is not political or scientific, you can absolutely trust Wikipedia, and it's kind of the same thing with the AI. That yeah, if you just want to get quickly to some kind of fact or some kind of information, AI can often be the quickest way to get there, but you have to sort of be aware of its limitations and always check the sources and the links it provides. But I think it's absolutely, for me anyway, a good alternative to just Googling, because there's kind of no end to the things you can ask, and after using it for a couple of months or something, you will start sort of thinking about new things you can ask the AI, right? Things you've been wondering all your life or didn't dare to ask any human, that kind of stuff. Yeah. For owned a car, never drove a car, and who's living kind of a low carbon lifestyle, I will always be curious as to how to the office every day. I can't imagine using AI for an hour a day is worse than transporting 2 tons of metal back and forth to your office. So maybe the experts on this space can inform me about comparison to just driving your car and using AI. Thanks.
Excellent. Always good to get the Scandinavian perspective. Some good glacier talk there. Oliver, we can't forget the glaciers. They're almost like stone,
Oh, It's a big worry.
Well, now you know, don't worry too much.
No, it's a huge
yeah.
worry. The glaciers. God, don't get me started on that. Honestly,
could you
I'm not
hear
going
me
to.
this
No,
time?
I'm not going to be drawn on that. I'm not going to be drawn on that.
Alex,
Don't get me going. I agree. Can you
Oliver,
hear me?
Yeah, can you hear going south?
Yeah.
I spoke without my headset, so I was just
Yeah.
wondering if it's better than
Yes.
it was. Not
Yes.
now, but earlier when I talked.
Earlier was much better. You're not as loud now, but earlier you were good and loud. Yeah, it was very good.
Thanks.
Okay, little tech talk, Ali, to glaciers.
About AI on, you know, I got hold of a translation for German, and I couldn't get it linked in properly, so I just used the translator, the AI translator, to listen into Klimastation on Sunday evening, and and it completely mangled it. I could not believe how badly it was mangling it. It just wrecked it. This is because people were speaking in good German, fast, basically, and they were speaking fast, and the AI just couldn't keep up. Now, what it did, the AI, is it was a bit embarrassed about not being able to keep up in itself, in its sentient being, as it were, or non-sentient being, and it just started to write rubbish. Absolute drivel. And anyway, I thought never. Can tell pretty much by looking at them, some of them are going to be right. And I can confirm what Puck was saying about conventional power stations, that they will do over 1,000 megawatts each per unit. So if you've got 3 in a plant, it will do over 1,000. I've actually read on another one that does 1.3 megawatts, whereas a Rolls-Royce SMR, that's probably about the best SMR I think on the market at the moment, does 470 MWE. Megawatts. So that's pretty good when you think about it. Now, wait for it. I'll just say this quickly, all right, because I wanted to put this up. Something like an expensive conventional plant, like the Sizewell C nuclear power station that they're building in Britain, is going to cost. The Rolls-Royce one will only cost 1.8 billion. So there you go. That's a good example. If you have let's say if you have 6 of those SMRs, 6 of them, then you're only spending about 8 billion compared to 22 billion. So they're a good alternative to the big ones, and certainly to the big sort of the legacy nuclear power stations. Okay, so that's.
I'm encouraged today hearing from so many voices that are all on the same page, basically. Maybe the details are a little different, but we're all on the same page, and there's so many of us. that this is a movement that's heading in the right direction in the United
Yes.
States with Helene and Milton lately. I think the storm hitting North Carolina, the storm hit Asheville, Carolina, that was a climate crisis sanctuary. Asheville had been
That's right. Yeah.
advertising, they'd been advertising
Yeah. Oh, God,
as a
yes, that's
place
right.
to go to get away from the climate crisis, and they got hammered by a hurricane like 500 kilometers inland.
They took all the rain, didn't they? That flooded down into the deep valley,
Yeah,
straight down the mountainsides, and that was their undoing, as it were. Yeah.
absolutely.
Right.
And the Cherokee people do live there as well. We want to remember them and their lives. But I am feeling a little more optimistic, and maybe it's not so important to catch every single one of the details that everybody relates to us. And that we do have technology, we do have science, we have art and aesthetics and spiritualism, we have multiculturalism, we have Africa and native peoples, we have animals and fish and mountains, we have our minds, and
Yes, we mustn't give our minds away, Alex, to AI completely.
well,
Not completely.
I've had Alexa here for years doing weird things.
Oh, Alexi's been doing strange things. It's been well remarked. If you ask Alexi how she's feeling, she'll come back with kind of weird stuff,
Yeah, well, it's like when you ask Robert how he's feeling, he comes back with weird stuff too.
No, he's pretty reliable, I think, Robert.
Oh, Robert, I'm just such a fan of Robert. He's literally changed my life. I don't know how that happened.
I don't know how that happened, Alex. If you think I changed your life in some way, either you're desperate to cling on to some sort of part of your life, or something else. But if I have changed your life in some way, well, that's got to be all good, isn't it? Because that's what it's about, isn't it? It's about changing people's lives. It's about bonding. It's about creating friendships. It's about creating unions. Actually, I didn't even ask if I was allowed to speak here. I just started taking the floor. So I apologize if I've interrupted anything. I didn't mean to. Yeah, well, I just want to go off a topic a little bit from this AI, much as I appreciate the extremities of the situation. But I just wanted to actually touch on some of the other events that are taking enormous gravitas over the past week, if I may, things that are to do with the work that I do on X. And I want to talk about certain
Well, it's a way of life, isn't it?
Why? Why does it keep happening? He's got a new system and everything. I don't know.
Yeah, we just need more up.
He'll be back in a second. Give it. I'll do a 10. I'll do a 10 countdown. 10, 9. Yep.
been having a lot this evening, pardon my language. But we'll try again, shall we? See if we can get something said. Anyway, as I was about to say, I was talking about the issues of chronic water shortages that are going to be, that are actually have already started blighting our societies globally from now. And if we think the situation is going to be bad in 5 years, we haven't seen anything yet. In order to be able to effectively mitigate, to effectively have policies committed that are entrenched enough in finding deep water solutions immediately, are going to take a lot of brain power and a lot of understanding. And personally, on what I've dealt with global governments so far, I'm afraid the mental comprehension to what's happening with our water crisis is just not computing in brains, if I may say. Never mind about artificial intelligence. We desperately need to have the human intelligence that we actually have to put up with within our global governments, which is bad enough, to be able to encompass what chronic water shortages are going to mean for billions of people across our planet. And believe me, it's going to be no picnic at all. I'm afraid to say that our entire way of life, down to every man, woman, and child, and everything else, is going to be changed beyond all recognition in the next few years and the encompassing years, taking that forward. There is now going to need to be far-reaching water policy advance.
Do the countdown now. You'll be back. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Robert, where are you?
He is
Come on.
going to be reconnected and carry on. I do agree with him that the human, our human society, on
Back.
I think that's what it was, wasn't it?
You can
So
hear
I
it.
know you too well, don't I?
Yeah, you can hear it. You can hear it though. That's the thing. That's the weird
I know
thing.
it's weird. I've been having terrible. I've been having horrific glitch connections this evening.
Everybody
It's just
has.
been one goddamn glitch after the other this evening.
Well,
A lot of
don't
people.
worry, Robert. We had 3 people killed in Mississippi at a football game and 8 injured. So at least you didn't have to do that.
What?
Yeah.
I'm deeply saddened to hear that, Alex.
How the hell did that happen?
That's horrific.
Yeah.
Just utterly terrible, to be honest with you.
That's
Very
so
sad.
a little tech glitch. You know, it's all relative.
Yeah, I know. It's just when I'm trying to talk, it kind of gets you a bit. You know, you need to get focused, and you're
Right.
worrying
Well,
about.
it's God is speaking to you. You know, is giving you a lesson. You
Yeah,
don't
you're
have-
probably right. Actually, I shouldn't be surprised. I will honestly say that I think God has spoken to me.
Lonely as nighttime falls and darkness. Voices, are you my friend? Someone like me. Into the field, I feel gravity, a place where I belong. Invisible force that see you. My world is ready to change into the field. I feel gravity, a place where I belong. Invisible forces see your
heat temperatures, without me having to say to delve into that with what I'm saying at the moment. But I really do feel now that there is going to need to be such a think tank of brain power to be able to fully adapt to this level of crisis within water shortages, and I'm still not seeing the ability of minds to be able to cope effectively with it. I shall leave it there for now on the subject. I've got plenty more to say about it, as you probably already know. But I've just touched on the bare perimeters of what I feel now is the inability and the flexibility to be able to have a clear path and a way forward. I'm afraid to say yet again, of which I'm not surprised at all, I've never seen a political leader or a politician yet that seems to be capable of having that mental ability to be able to knuckle down and deal with the cold, hard facts of any given situation. If I'm proved wrong in X amount of time, then so be it, and I shall be a very happy man. But I'm not seeing that at the moment. Anyway, I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks again. Thank you.
Always, Robert, always excellent. That's the standard Climate Crisis Club line. Robert just gets it, gets what we're talking about here. I was thinking of the school in Mississippi where they had the bad shooting today.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to.
Yeah, that's not what we mean by education. And I'm thinking of how, some people, we think of Gaza or Ukraine or Yemen or Sudan or many other places in the world, Haiti, that are the most suffering today, where the people are suffering. And, there's some families are suffering in Mississippi today. But then in some places like your town, Robert, and my town, people are really doing very well. But that doesn't mean they might not be doing well tomorrow. And we might be doing well today in our little community, but that flood might come tomorrow. We might be slammed. That's part of being human, being in all of this together, regardless if our community is doing very well or not so well today, supporting each other. And so that was my little thought. Andrea has told us what a tough time they have been having in Thailand. The Thailand days. I always want to say fuck it. I can't help it. But the situation in Asia. Andrea, are you with us? You are with us.
Yeah.
All right.
About to die. It's nearly 3 a.m., but I can't leave, and I always enjoy listening to Robert, and I'm looking forward to having you on Climate Courage soon. So we're gonna confirm that. So Robert, so if you want to look for leadership in the world that doesn't brag about what it's doing, listen to what the leaders of Singapore are saying. Honestly, this is a country that is more prepared than anywhere else on the planet for climate change. They've got these on Orchard Road, which is like the major shopping center in Singapore. Underneath is this enormous cavern that they're built to deal with excessive flooding. It's never been needed, but it was built for billions of dollars years and years ago in preparation, right? So this is a region of the world that this is a country in the world that is doing what it needs to do. It can't protect itself from sea level rise. Ultimately, the 200 feet that's predicted, it's going to be gone, right? But the other thing that I wanted to highlight is what people don't really grasp, and even people here didn't grasp it when it happened. In 2013, I was working for Microsoft, and I walked outside the building, and everything was brown, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" Like, if you've ever been to Asia, it's green. It's the tropics. It's always green, and it was the first drought that Singapore had experienced in memory, sort of thing. And then the next year there was another drought. Oh fuck! I lost my AirPod. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, you drifted off for a moment, but you're back.
Yeah, my battery on my AirPods died, but my battery on my phone's still just going. But yeah. So I was like, "Whoa, fuck! What? Mate, drought? That's not right." And then the next year there was another drought. And in Asia, you got trees that grow other things on them. So I don't know what that's called, but you got like a tree sort of hosts other living things, right? When we were in Phuket, by February, all the water reserves were dry because that was basically the end of the tourist season, right? And then the rainy season didn't really kick in until June. So I've lived in Asia for more than 20 years, and I've seen 5 years of drought in the last 10. And that for me was like the biggest alarm I've ever seen. You know, I've been paying attention to this stuff for a long time, but that was the biggest alarm I've ever seen. To see Asia brown, it should never be brown. It's the tropics. It's always wet. It's always moist. Like it was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. And even the people that were here still weren't paying attention. And I'm like, is anyone else noticing what I'm noticing here? Like, this is not right. This should not be brown. It should be green, right? So when you see it, you know, and you live it and you experience it, water shortages in the tropics, like that should, I mean, in Africa, we're seeing, I mean, some of the droughts that we're seeing in Africa, in Zimbabwe, Tanzania, are you guys paying attention to what's going on over in Africa? It's frightening. And then if the rains come, they're so heavy that they wash away all the topsoil, and it's like, it's catastrophic. It is catastrophic. And I always really appreciate listening to Robert, because we can all be light and fluffy about this, but it's so serious what's going on. However, on the other hand, Robert, I know it's a horrible thing to say, but you know, if billions of people die, it actually gives our planet a chance to regenerate. But the idea that the billions of people that are going to die are going to be in the global south, I think is a really
There's no time away. Can you empathize? Wake me up someday in this life. No more lies to tell. No time. Can you away in that bloody sacrifice. It's no crime to die and live again. In the light, risk again. You've been so far, so far away. It's not.
Weekend, and somehow the third year of college, um, it was working for him.
Good. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
excellent.
So they do get out of their funks,
Mm.
and he's certainly, the older one is certainly taking notes on this climate crisis stuff. He's certainly paying attention, and he's got 60, 70 years to go. He knows he's going to be seeing some climate chaos coming his way. Good thing he's half Viking. You heard from going
Yeah.
south.
Yeah.
Our Viking pals have different philosophies. He gave us lots of glacier talk. Anyway, I want to hear from Jennifer. I like hearing the news about her boyfriend. I'm not sure how he fits into the story. I'm sure he knows quite a lot about the climate crisis and the environmental poly crisis. Jennifer, are you here? Hi. How
Yes, I am. Hi.
are
So he's fine, and yeah, he's a bit troubled when I talk about climate because yeah, it's hard to digest. And like you talked about it, we also started to talk about yeah, like college talks, and yeah, we always also talk about what is happening and how bad it is and what will happen. And so I would like to say something, but first I would like to ask something. And so how you, even with all the things that are happening, I think it's a lot, the energy transition is happening right now, and it will go much quicker than expected, even if so at least in Germany I know that it happened, that they were much quicker with solar and wind energy to build it this year. And it's not like we talked a lot about it, but also some things happened by the way, because there are you know the Paris Agreement, and in Europe also, and I think with some Canada, no, Netherlands stopped some gas or oil distractions. I think there's a halt also. There are a lot of people suing, a lot of states suing. I tried to put it up, but I'm not sure if it's there. I can't see it. Who are suing the states in the USA? The states are suing, the state, and so it's going, it's happening. And I think the only solution for me is to and fossil fuels to add to it, to cancel them, because they earn 3 what is billion? Oh God, I forgot it. But it's
Billion?
3 billion.
No, trillion.
Trillion.
Looking for a trillion.
Million,
Yeah.
billion, trillion.
I think
yeah.
Yeah, it's about ich weiß nicht, Milliarde, 3 Milliarden, ich muss es nachgucken. 3 milliard, is this in billion? So it's every day, and that's it's just they can put a lot of money because they have more money than some states. Like all states together sometimes, and they can always disinform or organize think tanks, and this is always, we need to drive them out, and this is that's why we need to end fossil fuels and try to convince as much people as possible. But I would like to ask from he's gone. How you
Robert,
yeah.
No, he'll come back. He's got himself cut off. He'll come back.
Okay. Yeah, my question was,
I'll go and get
with
him.
all this happening, how do you or how do you perceive your self efficacy?
Yeah.
To not go into defeatism. Yeah. It's that we can there's nothing we can do, all is over. That's not a the doomerism from okay.
I'm just not naturally a doomer. I just can't. I can't go there personally.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
Jennifer, the doomer thing's a really interesting thing, because I spent a lot of time in the doomer world listening to what they had to say, and every single one of them makes complete sense. And I think I've said it before, but the one so I spent a lot of time listening to the doomers and the post doomers. What were they saying? What were they saying? And every single one of them, I was like, yep, you're right. But the conclusion that I came to, and I spent about 18 months in this space, which was hard, because I was looking for an answer. What can we do, right? And the number one thing that they don't have is faith in the human spirit. And that was, for me, the number one thing. And when you look at everything that's going on, it's hard to have faith in the human spirit, right? But we can do this. We can do this. They don't believe we can because they don't believe humanity can. But I believe we can, but we have to activate humanity. So that's our job, right? It's our job to go out there and just talk about what we can do and try. You know, Kevin Anderson, the climate scientist, he said, we've got to try. And that's where I sit. Like I like everything is so much worse than most people understand. And you know, the report this week, so many parts of the world aren't sequestering carbon anymore. It's like oh fuck, we're getting so close, but we've got to activate the human spirit. And the majority of people have walked away. They've walked away because it's too ugly. They don't want to be involved. They're not on. They want to be part of it. Everything's too ugly, and we have to say to them, no, you cannot walk away from this. You have to get back in the middle. So that's the fight I'm fighting. And I think if all of us can fight this fight and say, no, you've got to be responsible here. Like Alex was talking about Germany's history, right? People didn't speak up. They didn't get involved. They stepped back. We've got to step in. That's our job now, to get people to step in in the largest possible numbers we can get. And 70% of the humans are good people that want to fucking fix this. And we've got to activate the 70%. 30% genocidal. They're gonna take this world for everything that's got to give. So that's where that was my conclusion after spending a lot of time in the doom sphere. They're not wrong, but they have no faith in us. So that's my answer to that question. Sorry, I know you were listening. You wanted Robert to answer, but
Well, he's gone.
No, he's
It
around.
was not exclusively. So thank
Robert's
you.
got issues with his connection. I'm chatting with him on DMs. He's having trouble getting connection. He's trying. He'll be there. He'll be there in a second.
he sounds like he's in Australia.
Fit right in Greece.
He's not in Australia. He's in Manchester.
Mate, Australia's the worst Wi-Fi network you could ever possibly imagine.
Okay.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I
Hello.
am. Hello, Jennifer. I hope you're okay. Yeah, somebody sorry, Alex, I didn't mean to interrupt you or anyone. I said, did somebody want to?
You're going to be fined for interruptions. I'm keeping
I mean,
track.
yeah, I shouldn't be surprised, actually.
But that was Kim from Canada, not Jennifer from Germany. You were.
I'm sorry about that. Well, I apologize to you, Kim. I'm sorry. I got the voices mixed up. I'm sorry about that.
No, we don't want to start an international incident here.
We don't. No. I thought someone wanted to ask me something. That's why I tried to get back on.
Yes.
Was it you, Kim, who wanted to ask me something?
It was me, Jenny. And
Jennifer,
Andrea
sorry,
answered
Jennifer,
already, but I can ask it again. And it's about how do you, with all the climate realities we exchange and we can't deny them. And how do you work again? How do you feel evoke self efficacy? And to not end in such a defeatism, so it's in the doomerism thing. We in Germany, we have doomer who are climate denier, and we have doomer that are climate activists, and so they don't like the name doomerism. So I try to avoid it. So defeatism is.
I try to avoid it myself, Jennifer, if I may say so. I don't consider myself to be a doomer. I never will be. All I try to do when I speak about something that I want to have to bring collective consciousness to a situation, and if there's something that is bad, something that needs to be
Well,
the doom.
I was a doomer like 8 years ago, I think. I was a doomer. And now I transitioned over to trans or post-doomer. And I actually have a lot of faith in humans and human beings. The only, I have a lot of faith that humans will do a lot of things, just not any good things, right? So you look at Germany 80 years ago, they acted, they did a lot of stuff, and they, pulled up their shirts and worked a lot, and but it just wasn't good. So I think humans can do a lot of things, and and they can finish the job of collapsing the system. But I don't think they intend to collapse it. So they are good at acting, just not using sort of the top floor, the brain department. So they will finish the collapse of industrial society, but they won't do it as a plan. It's more like a side effect of the other things they're doing, you know, almost like John Lennon sings with life is what happens to you while you're busy making other plans. Yeah, so a lot of faith in human action, just not that it will be a good type of action, like Soviet Union or Hitler Germany, right? Thanks.
Yeah, and we can't predict the future anyway. I don't know. Maybe it's fun to try. All these unpredictable things happen, and we have to do what we can in the present. We are social beings. I don't know if the AI would be a social being. It might just like being alone. We don't know, but we are social beings, and human beings have actually done some impressive stuff in the past. They have pulled together from time to time. They have shown some generosity and decency occasionally. And faith is a big word.
And Alex, that's what gives me hope is, human beings coming together as a collective, as groups, deciding on a course of action. And I think we keep on trying to do that with all the committees that we form, all the spaces that we have, all the COP meetings that we have, with the hope that something will come of it and that on a global scale, we'll be able to make a difference. Last week we had Dr. Ripple on the space. He's a huge source of hope because of what he researches, and with the group that, hope he doesn't start barking, with the group that he does the research with, which are the leading, climate science, ecological minds in the world right now. They've given us a roadmap of how to solve this. It's just, working out the blueprint for the governments to start deciding how we're going to do it. Otherwise, as individuals, I think the number one thing we could do is make sure that we are living the most energy efficient lives that we can, that we're decarbonizing as much as we can, and also that we are going plant-based as much as we can.
Absolutely. Listening to you, it does occur to me about cooperation and pulling together as a team. It's awfully Greek. The Greek Orthodox and the Greek people have that naturally. It's part of the life that, of course, the village pulls together. It's understood. The other thing, Dr. Ripple is incredible, the plant ecologist, and the people on his paper, as you say, there's some great ecological, biological, climate minds, Kim, but they are all in academia, and there are great minds outside of academia. Deirdre and I keep butting heads on this issue. She refuses to listen to me to accept that there are great ecological minds outside of academia. Her approach is to throw everybody that's outside of academia, throw them out and make them the enemy. We need to get everyone involved. These top artists, these top mystics, politicians, journalists, everybody has to be involved, not just academia. The scientists, when they're under stress, I love science as much as anybody. I wanted to be a scientist. But scientists, when they're under stress, they resort to the scientific method. They start analyzing, putting the hypothesis together, doing the experiments, as if that's the only way to problem solve. They have a very, very hard time understanding that humans have other ways to problem solve outside of the scientific method. And it's actually Dr. Mann in academia who seems to be one of the clearest at understanding what I just said. But I've been butting up heads with the scientists repeatedly on that. The more stress they have, the more tendency they have to go towards the scientific method. There is the artistic process, the mystical process, and many other ways that humans have of contributing. So that's been an issue on my mind. I am drifting way off topic, and Jennifer had more to add. I
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the question at Robert first because he's flying out. He's kicked
Yeah.
out all the time. I would prefer if he talks first.
Thanks, Jennifer. If that's all right with Alex, of course. I don't want to. I don't want to speak if it's not okay with. Yeah. Anyway, thanks, Alex. I will try to answer that, Jennifer. Yeah, I'm having some real seriously bad tech issues here. I wanted to add to what I just said before about I've never been a doomer. I see myself as someone that wants to impart knowledge and facts and communication to as many people as possible about the climate emergency, the climate crisis, earth breakdown, and everything else that goes with it. I always have. That's been my mission as a climate and environmental activist on X, to impart information, knowledge, and to make it available to as many people across as many continents in as many countries as possible. My views are straightforward. I believe in unity. I believe in knowledge. I believe in learning. I believe in understanding. I believe in imparting positive outcomes and decisions in everything.
There's no doubt at all that we can do this.
I
We
think
know
we have to. We have to do it anywhere
Yeah.
because we have, at least in democracies, it's the state has to secure their people, and yes.
As I was saying about my objectives on X, and always have been since I've come on this platform, I believe in sharing knowledge with the people. I believe in working with the people. I believe in working with communities. I believe in sharing. I believe in understanding the ability to improve situations for minds, for mindsets, for groups, for individuals, for countries, and improving the way governments' mindsets operate in order for them to be more effective in the climate emergency. I feel that the public can also play a vital part. Unity is key, of course. We all have clear and key objectives, always very purposely and very concisely and very well said by my brother Alex in what he says about communities working together. There is nothing more true than that. It's absolutely vital that all minds are on board on the situation. As I know I've only just stressed this just now, I have never been a doomer. Yes, I have to impart information in the course of my work that might consider to be doomerism, but that is nothing further from the case. I have to report bad things because it's part of what I do in order to get the message across to the public and to communities and to politicians, governments, and everyone else that is that is on our planet to the chronic situation we find ourselves in globally. So in trying to answer Jennifer's question as collectively, as concisely, and as and giving the full answer I feel that's needed, I need to add all these points to it and a lot more. But yes, I'm afraid to say in the course of putting information to
Pretty good, Robert, that time.
Is he back or out now? Yeah, the last sentence. So he might be back soon.
No, you must speak, Jenny. Come on.
Okay, yeah.
he'll just trample in, you know that.
Okay. Yeah, I think yeah, our democracies need to do it anyway. We have contracts, international contracts. So
Climb a mountain without grapplings, wasn't it, really? So anyway, I'll try to finish answering the question for you, Jennifer, because I know you want to speak. And as I just said about my objectives, trying to be clear and concise for you, Jennifer, but I'm sure you already know in the course of my work and seeing what I put out, my commitment to trying to communicate positively with the public will always be something that's paramount in everything I do. I believe in positivity and getting in working together with people and communities in order to overcome the climate crisis in its entirety. I believe in positivity working with governments and politicians to be able to overcome the climate emergency, because it's absolutely vital that we do that. I know the public can what's the words for it, rise to the occasion in having the mindsets and ability to work with politicians, governments, communities, organizations, outreach groups, green organizations, transitional groups, everything that needs to now be part and parcel of getting to grips with the catastrophic crisis that's playing out before our eyes on a daily basis has to have full involvement from everybody. It's critical. There's not enough mindsets still being actively involved. There's still a lot of mindsets locking horns, a lot of people who still in the misinformation and disinformation community that are still trying to suppress clear, concise, honest, decent information, not just from scientific data, the cold, hard facts of the climate emergency that's being put out there by dedicated scientists who I follow by the day, who I have the utmost respect for the data that they put out. But there is misinformation and disinformation from dark areas of all levels of society that want to suppress the ability for the public to work together, and they want to suppress the ability for governments to be able to act concisely on the crisis, and they want to suppress the ability for politicians to be able to work actively on the crisis. All these facets of everything that come together with the inner workings of everything that we know within our global systems have to be locked together in order to have total positivity for positive outcomes for everybody for the future. So I hope, Jennifer, I won't go on too much more. I know you want to speak. I hope that answers your question a little bit on what my views are to do with where I stand with actively working together with people and communities globally on the climate emergency. I hope that clarifies it a bit for you. So thanks for putting me first on the conversation there, Jennifer. It's appreciated. Thanks, Alex. Thank you.
Anytime, of course. Real heart and soul stuff. What it means to be an activist, how to do it, what it's about, the right message at the right time, how to inspire the troops, how to get everybody feeling a little more positive.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm starting to wonder if we need to get more informed. Are we informed enough? I mean, how informed do we need to be? It's been about a year since I've lost track of the floods and the heat waves and the disasters. I used to know them all. Then I just couldn't keep track anymore. I know Pop has lots of good ideas for us. Rob.
Well, I just wanted to chime in and agree with Andrea. You have to get over the denial phase. Yes, governments are not going to act in an appropriate amount of time. People aren't going to give a shit. Yes, we are going to lose billions of people. Yes, and to reinforce what Robert was saying, when you walk into the local shops and there's no food there, that's the pain I keep talking about. That is going to be the impetus for the world to say, shit, we got to do something. Now, what worries me again is that by the time the globe feels that pain, we are not at a point where in a downward spiral that we can't stop it. Yes, people, need to keep a positive. You have to be hopeful. But, I'm not that hopeful. I think we're going to lose a couple billion people. I think that we're going to, in near future, we're going to experience, you can't get food. There won't be enough electricity. Yeah, there's going to be shortages everywhere. And there's going to be revolt. There's going to be a revolution. Is the revolution in time? That's that 4D problem. Anyway, that's my cut. See if get off my horse.
Thanks there, Pop.
Can I add something to that, Alex? Hello?
Yep, I'm half dead here.
Pop, I mean, the report from Dr. Ripple, I mean, he does say we're at peril, and that, if we don't start making a lot of progress, that tens of millions of people will die, but they're not suggesting billions of people.
There's been quite a long history of the billion thing. I think it may have started with James Lovelock of Gaia fame, because he was talking exactly with those figures. So it may, and he's revered in scientific circles and for being a maverick as well. So it could have been that.
I'm out in Asia and watching what's happening in the heat extremes. It's going to be billions. It's not going to be millions.
We will get there. I crashed for a little bit there. So I was having tech troubles. And yeah.
It's kind of
See, I would say that millions of people dying is not going to be enough pain, given that there's 8 billion people on the planet. That isn't enough pain to cause a violent shift into, oh shit, we got to fix it.
Right.
I think we're going to need to hit that billion threshold. Much the same way that I think that a billion or tens of billions of dollars worth of damage for these these climate problems like Helene and Milton as of late is not enough impetus to say, shit, we got to do something. I think the damage from these climate actions needs to get into the trillions. And I think the number of people dying needs to get, needs to be approaching the billion mark or billion.
Okay.
Yeah. There is the need for the gigantic splash, and some of that is facts, but some of that is also perception, and some of that is our job, in the climate community, to make these things loud, to make it seem like a billion are dead, even if it's a smaller number. So some of it is facts, some is perception, and some goes right to Julian, our co-host, our gracious co-host today. Hi.
Thank you. Thanks, Alex. I want to chip in a bit on this. I personally, I think I agree with Pop. Things are dire. I agree with Andrea, where people who live in places like Singapore, Mexico, we're seeing the threat. Like these are the front lines. Mexico City, how long can it survive? Which year is Mexico City going to run out of water? And what is going to happen then? I mean, governments are really not preparing for this. But one thing that is important, like the difference between doomers and gloomers, isn't a paradigm difference. It's a question of degree, how bad things are really. And that means we have common ground. One of my favorite doomers is Lyle Lewis, who is a doomer, and yet the guy goes around doing all kind. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The guy goes around doing all kinds of stuff for the environment, hands-on stuff, and he is a doomer. And I take a lot of encouragement from that, because no matter how pessimistic you can be, one thing that we mustn't be is paralyzed. We have to act. No matter how depressed we get, this must propel us into more action rather than less. So yeah, that's kind of how I see it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The front lines, the damage, the suspense, the doom, and our positivity, our brains, our minds, our friendships, our Saturdays, our social media, our learning and talking. It's a job. It's a job we have before us in our different cultures. I like listening to Jennifer's German views. It gives me confidence. Our different cultures, Andrea's Australia. We heard from Richard in South Africa. Our different families and cultures and traditions have different approaches to these jobs. Pup and I are crazy Americans. We actually, in a shared space, Pup and I would do quite well attacking the job together. It's our shared tradition. That it's as Julian was just saying, he and Andrea are more on the front lines, more feeling it immediately. I don't know if I could be more removed from the front line than this blue luxurious Massachusetts of mine, though I'm only 3 meters above sea level. But it is a job we have to do. And just like any job, some people feel doomed. And Lyle Lewis, I really like Lyle myself. He is a forest ecologist. What a great subject. Forest ecology. I live in the forest. I'm fascinated with forest ecology. Lyle too is part of the Anglo community. I understand we have a tradition, a nonverbal tradition in common. So I understand Lyle instinctively. I understand his communication. And we have these gracious moments where we agree to just ignore the things we disagree about. It's part of the tradition. We do that instinctively. We even have fun. I make fun of his doom, and he makes fun of my positivism, and it's all okay. But whether we're doomy or not, we have to work together. That is the task behind us, in front of us. It's almost spiritual that we have to work together. It's almost the group humanity that we have to express together. That we have lots of hands, and I'm getting on the soapbox. And Kim, as co-host, gets to speak. The co-hosts do have privileges and great powers. They can throw you out of this room.
Which I won't want to do, because this is a fantastic discussion. I'll try to be very brief. I greatly respect Lyle Lewis. I've read his book, Racing to Extinction, a few times. I've interviewed him. One of the main takeaways I took from his book was that human beings are flawed, that we all have our biases, and our perspective lends a lot to how we think about things. I don't think, in my opinion, we should go around saying that 1 billion people should die, because I think that will lead to people, especially young people, feeling hopeless, and we can't have that. And also we can't conflate what is scientifically possible in terms of mitigation and adaptation with what is politically not popular right now. And right now we have big oil controlling the global political system, and we have to take that power away and say our governments have to represent us and our future and our children's future and their children's future. So that's, I would say, the number one thing that we need to do right now. We have, with Paris 2015 and onward, so like over 100 nations signing on, agreeing to cut their carbon emissions by almost 50% by 2030, and that's what we have to hold on to, because that's what we need our governments to do.
Yeah, we do need our government to do that. And, I've been arguing all year that Harris will do it better than Trump. Some on the far left here in America don't agree with me. They think they're both equally bad. But whatever. Our election's soon enough. I discussed our election all week with Dr. Mike. His space just crashed, but we live on. We've been hearing from Sky today on many good topics with math and perception and teaching. Literacy is a huge issue. When you look at South Sudan and you see the literacy rate is 34%, that's an issue.
Is it okay to go ahead?
Oh yeah, go right ahead. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I was just thinking, I mean, we've obviously, there's the doomers and gloomers, and there's lots of, I guess, times where all of us have gone through those moments of feeling, but I think it is really important to realize that these numbers, and I have heard as high, I think as 3 billion. Now, of course, 1 billion, 3 billion, that's not what we really need to be focusing on at this moment. Those numbers aren't written in stone. It is how we make I mean, we've got both aspects of ourselves. So I think that there is that quality, but I think what we need to think about right now is how do we start adjusting ourselves for accommodating a changing world? How do we start thinking about regreening? What types of resiliency can we start looking at in terms of things that as these different climate bands start changing, what types of vegetation is more able to withstand? Because Suzanne Simard has already, I think, brought some stuff up from its more southern communities. So how do we start looking at how we build in that resilience again back into our the soil and the matrices that we need that are really supporting life, from the ground up, and also at the same time think about how the sociological problems that we have in terms of our ability to understand, we don't have an infinite space. We're not going to grow a whole bunch of other planets. I mean, even though people like Elon Musk might think that we can have another planet, it's not going to be the same type of thing. We need to think about how do we do things here? And that will require us to accept things like, how do we have population control? How do we look at, what are the things that we need to protect, like water? And does nature, in fact, have rights that we should have protected. And so those are the things that I think we need to really start thinking about. And I think education, I'm going to still keep on, saying that is one of the ways we need to start shifting this.
Thank you, Sky. Education is a major key. I think that's universally recognized. Both my parents were teachers. My grandfather was a teacher, and Massachusetts has some tremendous education. Big education is a different story. When you look at Harvard and its endowment and the kinds of people that are influencing Harvard, you start seeing lots of problems. We were looking, I think it was earlier this year, at Professor Jody Freeman, an environmental law professor at Harvard, and she was also on the board of trustees of ConocoPhillips. These big education institutions, certainly in the United States, have some serious problems, and there's some question how much multinational corporations have simply invaded big education and control big education today. That's something, Oliver, that's really sneaking up my priority list. I'm starting to think of it as a bigger issue than mainstream media, that we know.
Yeah. But can I have one more thing?
Sure,
So I'm not talking about that type of education, because to me that's indoctrination. It's a totally different thing. I'm talking about education where we actually talk about truth and about trying to discover solutions. So yes, definitely. I'm not going to go to Harvard to figure out how to carve my orange the proper way so that other people recognize I'm from Harvard. I don't give a shit about that, right? Like, I'm talking about how do we educate people so that they understand why maybe we need to make changes in our behaviors. That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. And it is interesting, education, like theoretical education and then applied education at Harvard are two different things. We often run into the same complication when we discuss science. When I say science, I really mean theoretical science, not the science as applied on the ground, the science, the knowledge. So words have so many meanings. Let's go to Jennifer. What's happening? Hi, Jennifer.
Hi. Yeah, my hand is up since Robert went out. I wanted to, he said something also about that, we need to, also the same as you, educate the people. Yeah, we need to do it. But so education, to change something through education needs about a generation to do it in some parts. And so we kind of just do this. And I also know fact checker who say only facts don't change it neither, and that the facts are already there. We hear he was Zecker Hausvater was like he used words as staggering, unnerving, mind-boggling, absolutely gobsmacking bananas. But usually the what they publish, they always publish several possibilities, and I think the media always take on the moderate, the one that is more reserved or temperate, and so it's something changed even with the scientists, that they used words like gobsmacking bananas. And I also know German or British scientists who
We're just killing time. We're the last ones to survive. In this life we borrow, we are forced to break the law. If we can feed in this world, we are doomed to stay alone. Just I need something to fill me up. I need something to kill the rest. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the spirits inside me gone. Trust. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the spirits inside me gone. We're just killing time. We're the last ones to survive. In this life we go, we are forced to break the law. If we can feed in this world, we are doomed to stay alone. So I need something to fill me up. I need something to kill the rest. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the spirits inside me gone. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the spirits inside me gone. It's ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust.
For us as humans. That's kind of an extension of Enlightenment humanism. Critical post-humanism, which is where I stand, is kind of counter to that. Do you hear me still?
Yes, very interesting. Carry on.
Yes.
Yeah. So critical post-humanism is a bit of a counter much. Everything is measured at the center of the universe. We can only know things if they are seen. At the other people. Recommended or suggested earlier. I'm not sure if it might have been Oliver. If it wasn't, then my apologies. I'm not sure who it was. Said something about we need to be getting the message out there of, even if it is only 1 billion, we need to be saying 3 billion. And my view is we should be cautious of doing something like that. I have spent quite a lot of time in the medical misinformation space, and I do my bit to counter medical misinformation. I have been doing so for a while as an autistic person who has been countering anti-vax rhetoric for many years, long before COVID and its own breed of anti-vax came along. We know from experience that communication, especially when it comes from bureaucracies or from activists, can be very poorly received by people on the political right as a threat to their liberty or their independence or whatever it might be. And that created, in the whole context of a global pandemic, that created a lot of fear, particularly, I think, within the political right, created a lot of resistance. So there was resistance to public health measures, there was resistance to vaccines. Anti-science became almost a badge of honor in the political right, among libertarians particularly. It was particularly so, I think, in the US, to a degree in the UK. Here in South Africa, it was happening as well. I think we need to be cautious in science communication, whether it is about the environment or whether it is about medicine or whatever. We do need to be cautious. Yes, education, absolutely critical. Education needs to go hand in hand with that. We need to make science literacy better everywhere, from school level up. So that goes hand in hand with that. But we do also need to be careful with our messaging, that we're not getting the backs up of some extremely powerful people on the political right, particularly the contrarians. I mean, we see climate change denial among the same people who have been resistant, hesitant, anti-vaccine. climate change denial, Holocaust denial. Those things all go hand in hand. I would much rather see we get those people on our side with nuanced conversation rather than trying to scare them. And that is where I will land my plane.
Excellent. Thank you. Lots of good stuff there. I'm getting some.
I
Yeah.
don't think it was me that said about the amping
You-
up the.
yeah. No, that was.
Sorry,
I get
Oliver.
blamed. But what I did say was that the idea did originate, a lot of it, not completely, from Jim Lovelock. James Lovelock, the NASA scientist who fixed the ozone layer and who wrote the books of Gaia and was an independent scientist. He very much went down this path about 10, 12 years ago. And I have a suspicion that his figures were very much worse than that. But I'll go back and check because there'll be a video about this. He slightly lost his way about 10 years ago and then he refound it again. Apart from that, he was a brilliant man, no doubt about it. So I'm not sure where the amping up of the figure came from.
That was me. I was advocating for the amping up, and it's given me some ideas listening to Richard. I mean, first of all, to be clear, I'm very political. I'm very political left. As a matter of fact, Sandra here and I have been partners in crime the last few weeks, doing our pro-Harris routine. That I'm also terribly pro-science. When I was 15, I wanted to be a scientist. I've spent a lifetime being pro-science. But all that said, I'm also from an artist family. And we've been talking so much about science under siege, about anti-science and pseudoscience. I think the time has come to talk about art, the power of art in our civilization, people who are anti-art, people who do pseudo-art. You know, I'm sorry. I've taken a lot of abuse over the last 2 years here for being an artist. And I'm an awfully tough artist, too. You guys are going to be scaring away 95% of the artists by talking this way about science communication. I've bashed my head against this repeatedly. I'm not irritated. I think this is an interesting topic. But I've heard so many scientists talking about scientific messaging and scientific communication. I'm not sure why scientists can't understand that artists message better. That is the life of the artist, is to do messaging. Dr. Mann, it is one of his brilliancies that he understands this far better than most scientists. I don't know how many times I have to repeat this. And Richard, I'm not talking to you. I think your speech was very, very good. But it's just something that's been occurring to me more and more in conversation after conversation. The climate scientists panicking, going into the scientific method, and then claiming it's about science communication and science messaging, when the best messengers, the best communicators in the world are ignored. I'm just fascinated with this topic, and I seem to be one of the few artists that the rest of the community hasn't scared off. I don't know. To me, it's becoming a bigger and bigger issue each day. I think of Dr. Jacqueline Gill. I said what to her one day a couple of years ago, what can artists do to help? And she said, we don't need artists. We have scientific studies that tell us how to do messaging. I highly admire Dr. Gill. She is outstanding. But that one comment years ago, that's how I've been treated repeatedly by scientists after scientists. You know, it's beyond them to even understand that I can do both. That's asking too much, I understand. But just to accept artists as great communicators, it's got to start to happen if this movement's going to advance. That's one of my big ideas lately. So that's why I suggested, with an artist hunch, to blow up the numbers. It's artistic instinct. It's not based on any kind of scientific theory or anything. I can put either hat on. Anyway, that's my little rant. Yeah.
May I respond?
Sure, of course.
Yeah, so I kind of straddle both worlds. Although I am a humanities scholar, I my research is
I've got a lot of experience in technical. I was a engineer, but I really ended up doing network work when the internet was first coming to power. And so I'm pretty technical when it comes to, you know, sciency, and you know, when I research something, I really look for the right information. But I just want to mention something about messaging. I was also in sales engineering for 14 years, so it's kind of like you got to sell the story. And there's a few rules that I've learned through don't laugh, my mindfulness practice. Okay, there's a few things I've learned about how to communicate with people and how not to communicate with people. You can't scare them, you can't offend them, you can't make them feel inferior to your knowledge or whatever. So communication needs to happen in a very mindful way. I'm working on this myself right now with actually with climate bullet points, and also with I'm going to be I'm going to be posting more on the anti-vax stuff or the vax stuff and some other stuff that we have a lot of anti-science in. But I'm testing the waters of what type of messaging will work. But I will say this: there's a big oh gosh, there's a big what do you call it? I just forgot because my mom's cat has to eat, and I gotta let me go for a second. I'm gonna mute because I gotta feed my mom's cat. Thanks. Bye.
We
All right.
are living beings with real lives, and that's perfect. So yeah, Sandra and I have been working with Dr. Mike on the Harris Walls campaign and blue politics, liberal America, and so forth. So I'm glad she joined us. And so often, my uncle was in advertising, Oliver's father was in advertising. So often we're holding up the sales department here. And Sky has been talking to us today, doing a great job. Lots of interesting points. Hi.
Thanks again and I'll try and limit what I'm going to say. I just want to support what you're saying about the importance of art. The one thing I would have to say is I don't know how many people here, but I mean, I'm certainly a teacher and I'm certainly in science, but I'm certainly an artist, and I'm certainly an activist. And I don't think that I would label myself in one category. I think probably that's probably, and I'm making an assumption that a lot of people here have a lot of different hats maybe that they wear in terms of what they're doing and how they're engaging with people. And so I think the art aspect is really important in terms of a form of communication. And you just have to look to Indigenous art to sort of see all of the different things that are inside of a lot of what we would call art. And I would say it goes even beyond just being art in a lot of those masks and things that are welcoming poles. There's a whole cultural thing that's connected with that, which I think is really important. So I think sometimes when we think art, it's kind of this light kind of idea that we have, but art is really a very incredibly powerful medium for communication. So I that's what I want to probably emphasize the most in when I think about art and its importance in terms of getting more people. And I would encourage more and more artists to join these conversations. And on the other side, I'm also recognizing that in terms of the political and economic structure that we have, it seems like there is such a tendency for us to lean in towards data-based validation. And so there's a problem with that. Of course, me being in math, I know how we can skew results and we can tamper with percentages depending on what things we include and exclude from the data. So again, I guess the biggest thing to be mindful of is that we can all be deluded by what we are seeing or hearing, reading, whatever, and just to be very conscious of that. And so partly mindfulness is, I think, a wonderful thing that Sandra brought into this. Is that part of the spiritual thing that I think I started at the very beginning talking about is where we need to get our hearts. We need to get our hearts way above our heads. And that is so important for how we start having these conversations that are more inclusive, and that when we do say things to each other that may, if we want to be honest, if we want to be able to be transparent with what we're thinking, then we have to be able to take the risks and realize that an opinion we hold right now doesn't necessarily have to be married to that for the rest of our life. That opinions are something that we can hold on to for the moment, and we can let go when it no longer it makes sense. That opinion that we hold,
you can start seeing the cracks in it. So I just think part of our transformation is being able to having those conversations in really healthy ways.
Excellent. Yeah, the polymath. I'm a type 5 polymath. I studied things in series, one thing after another, for a lifetime. There are 6 types of polymaths. People are able to just absorb different kinds of knowledge fully. And it is occurring to me how skittish artists are. It's very hard to sign them up to the climate movement. And then you've got the climate scientists who are terrified, essentially. Yes.
I'd just say that with the artists, I think the problem is that I always knew or assumed, or I was taught, that art and science were just together anyway. Usually the setup was that artists would quaff a bit of wine, go out and do a little sketch, come back with a brilliant idea in their heads and give it to the scientists and say, make it real, prove it. And that's just how I was always taught, that it was, if you like, the artists had to provide the inspiration first of all, one way or another, and then scientists got their hands on it, and took it to pieces and put it back together. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but it's
an interesting setup. I am thinking on practical terms. The scientists are terrified by their results on climate science and the biodiversity plastic soil crisis, and they are trying to express that terror to the rest of us. The shit's hit the fan. This is an emergency. Big problems. Do something. The scientists have essentially done their work and taken it as far as they can. My suggestion here is the artists are naturally skittish, naturally hesitant to get involved.
You may have to put the artists back at the front of the queue in order to pump them up and make them feel good about it. They like to be there. They like to be the rock stars on stage. They like to be number one, and that's fair enough, because that's what they have to do. They have to perform on the day. So maybe there's a little bit of that going on as well. Maybe they need to be given that, if you like. What am I looking for? What's the word? That priority, if you like.
Inspiration.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Boy, that's a big word. When Lakota Man speaks to me and I feel inspired, and he doesn't even say anything much more than, would you like a feather or something? I don't know how he does it. That man is incredible. And
That's
several
it.
of the others. Yeah.
That's the crack here. That's the way you do it. And I think that the artists, if they're given that role, they'll be quite happy to step up and get on with it. I really do.
It's the lifetime of just being abused and ignored and treated badly, and the rudeness. They're so skittish at this point that it's tough to sign them up.
If you tell them they're loved and they matter, they may well respond in a good way. That's all.
Well, it's almost mystical. It's almost a meditation. It's almost a prayer. It's almost a prayer to them to help us. And I think these are good points. I would like to hear from Owl, which is a good name for sure. I don't know what part of the world Owl is in. Mike, are you
Good
with
afternoon.
us? Hi.
Good afternoon. Hi, how are you doing? I'm in Minnesota.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. Hi.
Yeah. I was wondering if I could play devil's advocate for a minute. I've listened to you guys. You guys are very, very intelligent people in this space. So a couple speakers ago, the lady had to mute. She started talking about communication. The way I see climate change, or whatever you want to call it, it seems like a lot of people on the left believe in it more than people on the right. And it seems like people can't get along now.
It's not a belief system. It's climate science. It's taught in universities around the world. There's no belief in it at all.
All right.
It's like physics. It's like Newton in physics.
Well, okay, yeah. And I'm not really, I think it's more, in my opinion, I don't want to get anyone mad at me. I want to, just get along and just disagree or whatever. But see, like, do you think like an electrical car is green? Is that good?
It's a complicated topic. We could get into it. We have in the past.
But tech is not green,
especially
by
the
itself.
The
batteries.
batteries are bad, and to charge that vehicle up at a charging station, you plug it in and it charges. Say if it needs a full charge, that's 12 gallons of diesel fuel that's in a generator somewhere else on the line.
I got bad news for you, buddy. I charge
I'm not
mine
saying I
off
don't
of
want to get mad at
solar.
me.
I charge my electric car off of solar. There's no fucking diesel fuel. There's no fossil fuels that make that thing roll down the road.
Okay, that's good. That's good. See, but don't get mad at me, Joe. I'm just bringing up things that the way I think they are.
Yeah.
And I don't want to fight with anyone or anything. I don't want to make anyone mad because that's, I think, part of the problem. Part of the problem is the left and right, whatever you want to call it. They can't even talk anymore. That's the start right there to get people to come together to solve the problem. There's no doubt we have to do it. But another thing, oil's not finite. Oil, I don't think it's I think it's reproduced because I grew up listening to everyone say the seas are going to rise. New York's going to be underwater by 1995 or whatever. And we're going to run out of oil. And if we could do something and use less oil, I'd love it. But of oil, you realize everything on this planet's made of oil. I mean, everything, rubber. I mean, everything. You can't hardly name anything that isn't got oil in it. But what's the solution? What do you use?
The solution is dumping you, man. I don't know.
Smoke.
Holy smoke. This is what we put up with, Paul.
Is
And
he still there?
Hang on a second. Hang on a
down.
second. I think he is a victim of disinformation and of the fossil fuel companies' propaganda, and we have to educate him. He's one of the people that we have to educate.
I do agree that the right and left have to talk together. I do fully agree with that point. And in the 80s, in the 80s, 90s, I did talk to the right, quite enjoyably good discussions. And that in the last 8 years, the right has been unable to talk with the American left.
Part of the problem is it's the way the news media operates now. I mean, I grew up in the 70s, and in the UK in the 70s, you had a TV program on the BBC TV, Tomorrow's World, and it was showing science and it was showing consumer goods. So I'd be sitting there, the whole family, watching the TV. I think it was just after the news, sort of like 6 o'clock. And that's when they first showed DVDs. They said, here's a CD player. Here's a CD, the laser goes in. 4 years later, I was working at Oxford Street in Our Price Records, selling CDs to people. And then people bringing back to me saying, look, it's scratched. They said on Tomorrow's World, you can't scratch them, sort of thing. So, that's the kind of messaging you need so that it's just in the background 24/7 and people pick it up. But we don't have that anymore. And that's the problem. So, there's all that science and commercial that's just completely and utterly missing from the populace. Unless you go into your specific niche, on Twitter or X or whatever. And that seems to be the main problem.
Yeah, the specific niche is what we have today, the 80 million choices you can have for which media you want. The whole world made out of oil, I don't even know where to go there. That oil is infinite.
In that perspective, he's right. I mean, the oil is everything, and that's the problem.
Again, I'm not Greek. I don't know. I keep repeating that. The ancient Greeks, 2,500 years ago in Athens, they had a very strong mental life. Astronomy, medicine, physics, chemistry. They were mystics. There's a lot more to life than oil. I'm sorry. Oil is fossil. Yeah. Right. Fossil fuel. Sure.
As in running things.
Billionaires don't want to give up their power, though. So
Of course not. I guess we should get to the hands and move on here. Sky was next. So hi, Sky.
I just want us to, and I realize the frustration that you, Alex, have, and other people, hearing conversations, and I realize that that sometimes they're challenging when somebody brings some things, but I would like to say that I did go and check out Al's posts. I mean, he has some beautiful birds there, and he did start the conversation just to sort of support what he was in some ways. He was saying he wasn't trying to get anyone riled up, and I think he was trying to explore. And if we are really trying to open this space up to people who are artists, my gosh, we better find ways of being able to allow.
Sky, I've got to interrupt you there because again, I've done this for 99 weeks. I've had hundreds of climate deniers thrown off this platform. We are an official club. This is a club meeting. We have 127 members from 26 nations. That guy was talking about being the devil's advocate, that oil is everywhere. Do you think EVs are green? These are all troll talking points. They're not art.
Right.
Those are all climate denier talking points. And I'm pretty harsh with tools here.
I understand, but again, I did also hear from some other members of this club, which I am not a member of yet. So I mean, maybe I should drop out too. I don't know. But what I'm trying to say here is that I'm also involved with people, and I had a friend that was on earlier who's from Mali. Now, Mali was a colony of France, and they have lots of plastics that are being transported that is our first world, developed nations garbage. And so just the fact that we don't even, like, if you look at just in terms of all the things, there is oil in our cosmetics, there's oil in all the plastics we use, all the shipments that we use. Yes, it's lighter, it's easy to make, it's long, it's long lasting. That's part of the problem. And yes, it is around. So I'm not talking about devil's advocate in that type of form. I'm talking about, it is important to recognize that we have become hugely dependent on it. And so I guess let's try and find the seed kernels, even in these things that may irritate us. And I'm not saying that you don't have huge experience, and I don't, in terms of doing what you do, but I'm just saying, I think we have to find a way, just like that one person in the club did say, we have to recognize some of the truth that is within these comments, but also not let a person, I guess, take too much of the stage or throw the conversation off. But we are trying to become more inclusive. I think that is what we're trying to do here, is to try and figure out how do we grow this without turning people off, right?
Absolutely. And earlier this year, in the winter months, we had a huge discussion going on about hawks versus doves. And I was definitely on the hawk side. That's my nature, is to, the dove people were saying we should extend olive branches to the other side. We should try to talk to them and explain a position. And I was clearly on the side that it's hopeless. We don't have enough time in our life to explain anything to them. That is, and after months of talking about this, we all agreed to disagreed. And John from Montreal declared he was a pigeon, just the artist guy going another way. Yeah, I mean, Sky, you're always welcome to join our club anytime you like. You can be on our chat group and so forth. You have shown today completely the right, stuff, the right ideas, the right approach. And yes, inclusivity is gigantic. Part of why I'm host is because I am brutal with speakers and I make the hard decisions. That's been part of my success, has been, dumping people quickly. I don't know if it was last week or the week before, we had a Holocaust denier and they were criticizing me for not dumping them fast enough. I only have a limited amount of time. We have a lot of people to talk who are, professional climate people, activists. I heard the anger in Pup's voice. I know that man so well. I trust his instinct. He was not happy. He's also in Minnesota. That there's a certain amount of respect of the host and co-host when you go in someone's spaces. They're organized the space, they put it together. there is a certain decorum and etiquette when you go in somebody's space. I won't have Julian or Kim insulted no matter what. I won't stand for it. I certainly won't have Papa Oliver, Jim, Yoki, Jennifer, Paul, or Sandra insulted. I just won't allow it. Or going south, I might let somebody insult him. It's hard to call.
I'm on Rumble with him now.
Oh yeah. No, we go way back. He was in Climate Crisis Club 6, going
Yes,
south.
I remember.
And I have forgotten his name. One of our classic Nordic names.
Well, I know. But there is something about what you're saying, and everybody is saying here, which is that we're on two different scripts here. We are clearly on a script in the club where we know about the past, accept it, and we're doing our bit to try and get ahead into the next script. Owl just now was very much fixed on the earlier script only and resentful that we were trying to shift ahead into the next script, the next phase, if you like. So obviously he was going to give us the whole fossil fuel thing and everything else that goes with it. That's how I saw it anyway. Different scripts. Like a lot of people who are still in the fossil world are a bit, if you like, laggards. They're a bit left behind at the moment, and that's made them both angry and fearful at the same time because they can clearly
Owl
see.
does have very good posts, and sometimes we're a little hasty here. But other times
I'm not defending this guy, and I'm not defending these fossil fuel types. I'm saying they're just on a slightly different script, and that they are behind, if you like. They're not catching up. So there is an element of that going on. And I don't think they're good people, a lot of them. They're terrible, many of them. But it's not like they're all terrible. They're just a bit left behind. It's a bit like what's going on in the election in America at the moment. It's clear that the Democrats are way ahead in terms of philosophical content and sophistication. It's obvious. You just see it. And that is the problem as well with the climate. We're a bit like, people are smart. Some people are a little bit dumb. And there's this kind of mismatch going on the whole time. I don't know if they can pick up. It'd be great if they could, but I don't know. I've no idea. It's a big world out there, isn't it?
Yeah. Why don't we let Jennifer and Jim speak and then take a vote on whether Owl should come back or not? What do you think, Jennifer? She is a professional host as well.
I think it was great how you acted that, because we always need to stop when someone says, I don't believe in climate science. That's not about belief, and that needs to be clear. And that's kind of the problem when someone like him comes in. You, like Sky said, there were some truth in it, but it's half truth, and it's selected truth to some kind of doomerism as well. So we can't change or get rid of fossil fuels because we have the tons of carbon we produced is, I think, since last year or 2 years, it's more than the nature gave us in carbon around us. So it's so plants and animals and living creatures, whatever. So it's a truth that we need a lot of fossils for plastic or anything, but we still can do it a different way because we have to, or otherwise 90% of us live at coasts, so they will get swept away even more. And we know that you don't need to live next to a coast to get flooded. And this leads to extremes where we anyway have damage in fossil technique, and because it's get flooded, and all the problems we have, we still need to do it. So I think when we don't have a common ground and we talk to these people, and they always you're asked for a compromise to accept their view, we always shifting the discourse behind the things we already know that they are true. We know how they work, and we always let us not say that again, because people say, yeah, but it could also be different, and this doubt is there too, which who also disturb constructive discourse. And I was a few weeks ago, I was on a festival for constructive journalism and communication, and we also were on a table and talking about mobility, and there were other tables with other topics, and they all said, yeah, we kind of had where we're not so wide away from each other. That's common ground. That's common ground to go deeper into the topic or to explain each other stuff. But when you always need to debunk what was said or to correct it, what was said, you don't get a constructive discourse, and that is the problem, Sky. That I see that we need to include, but they need to participate. They need to accept the basics, and not start again by Adam Eve to disinform or to say, yeah, that's not how it works. When we see that we have more PV, photovoltaic, more wind energy, and that states are already going fossil free. And so that makes it hard to listen this, and this also leads to the disturbance, because you can't get that quick behind in deconstructing what they said. And so everything's a little bit always sticks in, and the repeating is the damage that is done there, because even if you don't know, or if you the repeating is even making it worse.
Thank you, Jennifer. You're teaching us about that, and that's exactly what we're doing right now is going back and repeating. Thank you very much for that input on common ground and not having to explain from the beginning.
And Jennifer's English is that's some pretty complicated ideas. That's some pretty good English there for sure. It's hard to criticize anything Jim has ever told us. And Jim has his PhD in physics. What I want to know, Jim, do you believe in physics?
I used to believe in Santa Claus, and then I didn't believe in Santa Claus. And someone has recently brought this up online, that Santa Claus is something that you believe in or not. But this believing in climate change, that's not the right question. But anyway, I just wanted to mention something that's kind of a grim irony that is only tangentially related to the troll. But I heard something that struck me as a very insightful observation, and this was maybe 10 or 20 years ago. But some of you may have heard of a computer scientist. I think he's Swiss, and I'll probably butcher his name, but his name was something like Jaron Lanier. But he's the virtual reality guy. But anyway, what the observation that Lanier made about the fossil fuel industry was, he observed that our computational power and our algorithms are just increasing at this exponential rate that's been incredible. But that has the implication that as the fossil fuels get, run out, get depleted, and harder to find, it's more than compensated. Our ability to extract and locate remaining fossil fuels is augmented by this incredible increase in computational power. So what Linea observed was that as we're depleting fossil fuels, it looks like there's more and more and more and more. It looks like it's growing until crash. There's none left. But I don't know, that may be part of something that fuels a perception that, oh, it's infinite, we just keep getting it. Anyways, I thought I'd drop that here. And one other thing, I'm curious in the discussions of the contribution of the arts. I've been curious. Does humor have a role to play in as a creative art? And what made me think of this is the Milk Board ran a satirical ad, which was kind of knocking plant-based milk. And my family has plant-based milk in the refrigerator always. So, but anyways, there was this satirical piece done by the Milk Board that even made me chuckle. My whole family chuckled about plant-based milk. But I don't know if any of you saw it, but it was the Wood Milk commercial. But you should look it up and see how humor was very effectively used by what we might consider as the other side. And can the good guys use humor so effectively? And I think behind the scenes, they used veteran Saturday Night Live writers to produce this film. And it's just perfect in its the jab it takes at plant.
Plant
I found him. I found Jerome, Jaron Lanier, and I've put him in the what do you call it, in the regular stream. And you know what? He looks just like Alex.
Oh no! Wow.
Have a look. Jaron Lanier. It's a Guardian article from a couple of years ago. He's not as good looking as you.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
Fantastic.
I brought Owl back here in the spirit that Sky was suggesting. And I again, I'm from an old American family, all that respectability. I used to get along great with conservatives in the 80s and 90s. The last 8 years has been a war. It's been no communication, no discourse, no talk, just rudeness and war. And it does have to stop. Sky is correct. At some point, we have to stop this American Civil War. There just can't be insults and rudeness and no communication. In that spirit, I brought Owl back. Owl has politely raised his hand, and I see no reason why we can't continue the conversation. I do like his photos that are up there. Owl.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to come in and really quick. I apologize. I did not mean to. I don't want to be labeled as a troll. I'm really not. I didn't mean to offend anyone. I'm not trying to change your minds. I was actually going to give a solution, and then I'll just quickly listen or leave the room or whatever. But I certainly didn't want to offend anyone.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, we all have to get along better, right? We got to stop fighting. It's ridiculous.
You know what? And you'll find with me. That's one of the best things I'm good at. I'm not going to be enemies with anyone, and we have opposite opinions. But I want to apologize. So you know what? Hemp could take care of a lot of getting rid of oil. Hemp is so. Anyways, I didn't know that you were a club that everyone in here was exactly on the same page. I didn't know that, and I wasn't trying to come in and troll and at all. I've been
Yeah.
listening for a long time, and you guys very intelligent people in here. I kind of don't appreciate being told I'm kind of dumb, but that's all right. You guys, I'll just sit back and listen.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Sometimes our emotions get away from us
Absolutely.
too.
And
So,
I
continue.
tried to premise it by saying, hey, I don't want to offend anyone and all that. So good. I'm glad we're back on the. I just want to listen. I'm not. If I learn something, that's good. And I'm not going to try to
Exactly.
change anyone's mind at all. So I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, during the week, Sandra and I do the political thing, as this is the global environmentalism. But during the week, we do the political thing, and we talk to Garrett, a young man in Tennessee, on the other side of the aisle, and we have no problem with him at all. It's we've got to move forward here. We got to do new stuff. All this bickering and fighting just has to stop. I don't know how we get there. We don't want to get there, but we have to do it anyway.
Well, this is a start. Thank you. I will listen. Thank you very much.
Let's hear from Pup, who's also in Minnesota. What do you think, Pup?
Well, yeah. Well, I'm not going to apologize, but that whole comment about fossil fuel generates the electricity, and that makes an electric vehicle shitty.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I looked at that. I've been off grid for 26 years. I've been making my own electricity for 26 years. And that is the kind of thing that it's one of the first statements that I get from uneducated people that, just because you got an electric car doesn't mean that you're green. Well, guess what? I wouldn't own an electric car if I had to use fossil fuels to generate the electricity to use it. I mean, that's stupid. That would be absolutely counterproductive. It's an inefficient waste usage of resource, and it just doesn't make any sense. So I'm not going to apologize for jumping on you, but be aware that there are some of us out here that have dug into the devil in the details, and we've ironed out those goddamn details. The electric car was one of the last steps I'm going to implement to completely be 100% a zero carbon footprint. I've got a couple other things around the campus. And by the way, I'm up by Walker. So I understand heating, when it's 40 frickin' below zero. And that's one of the next challenges is to get rid of my supplemental usage of fossil fuels to stay warm in the wintertime. And that'll probably happen before this winter. And I will be running window heat pumps in 3 of my buildings, and they will be fueled by solar energy stored in lithium iron phosphate batteries. And yeah, I don't like mining for lithium. That sucks. It's bad, but it's what I can do today. And those lithium batteries are going to last me 28 years, which, by the way, initially I was using floor buffer batteries, and they last 9 years. And now I've got lead that I have to dispose of, and sulfuric acid, and that's not good either.
Pup, I can tell you when you've done enough environmentalism, you've been around the block on every single one of these issues so many times. Like you've got every answer prepared for any statement. It becomes autopilot. It's like heard it all before. And one thing I know that's very clear as an American, if we want to get legislation, you've got to have the moderate side on the other side of the aisle to get your legislation passed. One side cannot pass it alone. You've got to work with people on the other side of the aisle, the moderates on the other side, to get your legislation passed. If you want to get anything passed in the government, that's how it's done. And there have been signs beyond Owl here trying. Owl is trying. is making the effort, is
Well,
reaching out. And
Alex,
yeah,
this gets back to the point I've been making is this whole space and in prior spaces is the moderates and right wingers aren't going to come around until their world collapses in around them. Until they
yeah.
have enough
Again,
pain.
my next sentence was, in my world, they're starting to come around the last few weeks. I'm
Yeah.
starting to talk with these people I haven't talked to for 8 years.
Well, when propane hits $20 a gallon, guess what? Even the right wingers aren't going to be fucking heating their houses with propane.
Right, right. There are truisms we all have as human beings, and again, in the 80s and 90s, I had absolutely no problem with my conservative friends. You know, let's hear from Kim. Hey, Kim, if you can hear me, or that little black dog is taking over the phone. I do want to end this space at the top of the hour, as it's a beautiful day here in Massachusetts, and I want to get the dog out. I do appreciate all your effort and your sincere words. That is what we need. It is some effort to reach out. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, thank you. And I'm again, he seems very angry with me, and I didn't mean to state it as I'm trying to learn.
Right.
And I'm not going to fight with anyone. There's no reason.
Right.
We got to get along. We have to. We'll never
We have
solve
to.
anything if we don't. So, anyways, to that
Exactly.
gentleman, you live in Walker. I lived in Baxter for a while. I worked up there, but yeah, I love nature. I love, I'd love to see
Yeah.
the planet much more healthy. Anyways, everyone have a good one, and thank you.
Thanks, Al. And that's why I called you back up, was on the basis of your photographs. I like your photographs there. Some good, the moon and the ducks and stuff.
I can't hear what Alex is saying.
Okay.
Thanks.
And yeah, it does feel like the last few weeks in my world anyway. There's starting to be some reaching across the aisle and some communication finally. And we're moving forward, which is critical. We do have our club meeting 100 next week, which looks like it's going to be some kind of birthday party. And I guess we'll do a round here of final words if anyone wants to make a last statement for today. You are certainly welcome.
Just want
Oliver?
to thank
Yeah.
everybody for their efforts and for moderating. You did a wonderful job, and for keeping your hearts open and for what you've done here today. It was joyful. It was joyful for me to be participating in this, so I thank you for that.
Thank you, Sky. Great job, and I hope you come back often. I do a lot of different kinds of spaces all week. This is our Saturday climate space. A lot of the other people here, great contributions, interesting stuff. I don't know.
Oh, excuse me, Alex.
Okay, hi.
Sorry, my phone might die any second now. Thank you, everybody, for coming today. And also, I wanted to wish Alex a happy birthday. I know his birthday's coming up. I think it's tomorrow or the next day. So happy birthday, Alex. And thanks for hosting the Climate Crisis Club.
Right on. Yeah, on Monday, I guess, probably Dr. Mike will be holding the birthday party. He's on fire, Dr. Mike. Paul has his hand raised. Hey, Paul.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if Paul wanted to have his hand raised.
Hello. Sorry.
Yeah, hi.
Sorry about that. Yeah, really far-reaching space today. Really covered a lot of bases. Yeah, I thought it was a really good space.
Right on. Right on. Thanks. You've been to so many of these. Thank you again so much, Paul, for being part of all this. I notice everyone, whether they're extroverted, introverted, we notice how much people show up.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely, man. We have Jennifer.
I also wanted to thank for the great space and to address all. I think it's good that you're back, and I just when we discuss things, it might be in some parts better if there are not too many topics where people want to react. So if we go in smaller doses sometimes. But I appreciate that you want to learn more about it, and because I think as we talked about, some people, it's just there need to be a common ground, and that is kind of that science is not believing, it's science, that's why we call it science. And so this needs to be it needs to be a common ground, and then we can discuss how we do it, and just say we can't do it is can happen, but we still should discuss it then, and not and even the possibilities, not just say it can't be done, because we did a lot.
We have been on this track for 2 years. It never occurred to us to have a right-left discussion on climate and environmental science. And that's the kind of thing we could do moving forward, deliberately design a space to discuss right, left, everyone, the issues, and actually have a specific space designed with that structure. This here project is a continuation of what we've been doing for a while. That's what's so great about spaces. We can design them in so many different ways, with so many different people, with different formats and rules and etc. And Richard too, it's been great to hear from you in South Africa. I hope too, you've been to many of these spaces. I've seen you there, and I'm very glad that you spoke today.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I've learned a lot. It's been great. Hope to be able to attend more. Timing is not always great with the time difference, but thanks everyone for your contributions. Thank you for making me feel so welcome.
Awesome. Yeah. It is a social media. It is some friendship, and some support. That is our club philosophy in dealing with some of these global problems. Oliver, do you want to take us out of here today?
Sure, yeah. Caught me by surprise now, but I thought that was fascinating, and it really feels like this is the 99th club space. It feels like, we have this very deep conversation, and we've had 99 spaces, and they have been leading to this point where we just get to the next step, whatever that is. It's going to be quite serious, I think. So I hope we can all just crack on. Yeah.
Und jetzt Mussolini, bewegt deinen Hintern. Klatsch in die Hände und tanzen Adolf Hitler und tanzen Mussolini und jetzt in Jesus Christus und jetzt in Jesus Christus. Klatsch in die Hände und tanzen Kommunismus und jetzt in Mussolini und jetzt nach rechts und jetzt nach links. Adolf Hitler. Tanzen Adolf Hitler. Und jetzt in Mussolini. Und jetzt in Mussolini. Tanzen Jesus Christus. Beweg deine Hektar. Und wachse nicht den Hüften. Klatsch in die Hände. Und tanzen Jesus Christus. Und tanzen Jesus Christus. Und jetzt in Adolf Hitler. Gib mir deine Hand. Gib mir deine Hand. Und tanze Mussolini. Tanze Kommunismus. Tanze Kommunismus. Und jetzt in Mussolini. Und jetzt in Adolf Hitler. Und jetzt in Adolf Hitler. Und jetzt in Jesus Christus. Und jetzt in Mussolini. Und jetzt in Kommunismus. Und jetzt in Adolf Hitler. Und jetzt in